All right. Hello, everyone who's currently joining. My name is Julian Ennis. I'm going to be the host for this workshop. I am just starting now to inform you that we will be starting in about 5 minutes. So please stay tuned and we will get this workshop rolling. Thank you so much for attending.
Hi, this is Maribel. I have joined.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, President Batcher, for joining. We will be starting the workshop shortly.
Thank you. I will mute until we start so we don't get any background noise.
Excellent. Thank you. And we'll let you know when you're on to speak. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julian Ennis. I will be the host for this event. It's about 10 a.m. now. I want to give folks another couple of minutes to join, and then we will start the workshop. So thank you for your patience, and I look forward to presenting. Alrighty, so it's about 10:02 right now, and we will begin the workshop as I see the participant list increasing. So I want to thank everybody for joining us today for this CPUC Actions for Microgrid Deployment Track 2 Staff Proposal Workshop. I'd like to start out the agenda by presenting the workshop logistics, having a quick technical orientation, and going over ground rules for the workshop. So my name is Julian Ennis. I will be hosting this event. You can find here the WebEx and the call-in information for this event. This particular slide deck was provided to the service list in the form of an email and can be accessed there in case you need the information. Just as a couple of quick notes, we recommend that you use your computer's audio if possible, so you can also view the presentation. Today's presentation is also actually available on the meeting invite. If you follow the link above, you'll be able to have access to that. And also as another note, this event is being recorded. The recording will be provided to the service list after the workshop. However, we do want to caution that this recording is not a part of the formal record. Just a few quick notes for attendees. All attendees are going to be muted on entry by default to the event, and the chat function will also be disabled for the event. We will be having, as the agenda notes, dedicated Q&A segments where attendees can raise their hands to ask questions verbally or can type questions into the Q&A function, and we will have dedicated times during our Q&A sessions to ensure that we are getting to questions on that particular list. Just as a note for the questions, as I said, questions can be asked verbally during the Q&A segments using the raise hand function. If you click the attendee button at the bottom of your WebEx controls, it will bring up a participant list and you will be able to raise your hand by clicking on the small hand icon at the bottom right. For Q&A portions, I will be unmuting folks and you'll have a maximum of 2 minutes to ask your questions. We will be showing a timer on screen and for those 2 minutes. After your question is answered, please go ahead and lower your hand. And if you have another question, you can re-raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand button. Questions will also be taken in the Q&A box. And as noted, you can click on the More menu in your WebEx controls and click on the Q&A function to access that. Okay, with that, I would like to turn it over to CPUC President Maribel Batcher to make an opening remark. President Batcher.
Hi, Julian, and thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And I want to, in particular, thank my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Sharoma, who will be joining you all later today, and Judge Rizzo, and of course, the Energy Division, for inviting me to participate in today's workshop. I will only unfortunately be able to be watching or participating for the first hour, but certainly so pleased that this is being recorded. And I will get back on track with you all as soon as possible. I know we have a tremendous amount of ground to cover today, but I wanted to take just a moment to thank you all for joining remotely and offering up your knowledge and expertise in the spirit of fruitful collaboration. The Energy Division staff has put a great deal of thought and hard work into the proposals. It's a great microgrid team. And I look forward to your input, everyone who's joining today. And as we work toward refining these proposals and putting them into a concrete plan of action for furthering resiliency and microgrid deployment in California. So, Julian, thank you very much. And this is an exciting day with, I'm sure, some really exciting thoughts, questions, and points of view. So look forward to it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for those remarks, President Batcher. Moving on to our next agenda item, we have an opening remarks and agenda for the day. So I will turn the floor over to my colleague, Jessica Tees. Jessica.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Julian. Welcome, everyone, to today's workshop. My name is Jessica Tees. I am a senior analyst on the Resiliency and Microgrids team. I hope everyone is doing well. Today, we will be focusing on the Track 2 staff proposals. The proposals are intended to address actions to be taken by the CPUC to meet the legislative mandates as directed by SB 1339. So the goal of today's workshop is to, one, review Track 2 proposals and answer any questions that you, the audience, may have, so that you can be more fully informed as you submit your public comments, written public comments and reply comments. Next slide, please. So in the ruling that went out on July 22nd, we introduced the staff proposal. We also want to highlight that in this ruling, there were actually 2 attachments. Along the staff proposal, we also introduced a staff concept paper in the same ruling. We just want to make sure that readers are aware that there are 2 documents, as it may be easy to miss since the ruling is in one large document. So first, in addition to the staff proposal, there is also a concept paper. This is a complementary document to the staff proposal. What it does is that it establishes a conceptual foundation for the proposals and the ongoing work related to the development of policies related to resiliency and microgrids. In this concept paper, it proposes working definitions for the following key concepts: microgrids, resiliency, commercialization. The concept paper also describes the essential attributes and value propositions of the microgrids, and also identifies potential barriers to the commercialization of microgrids. There are additional proposals that are articulated in this concept paper to overcome those potential barriers that I just mentioned or just talked about. These are proposals that we felt were not the best fit for Track 2, but we may address them over a longer period of time. There may be a variety of reasons why it was not included, such as, but not including or limited to, maybe it's just proposals that we felt we wanted to spend more time to think about, where we didn't have enough information to make a sound recommendation. Or perhaps maybe we thought a more another procedural pathway would be better, such as having a workshop on the topic. So the goal of these additional proposals is really just to show you, the readers, all the different areas that we're thinking about. Next slide, please. Okay, great. Workshop agenda. With that, we have a packed schedule from 10 to 5. First, we'll start off with the introductions, which we are in the middle of now. Then before we actually jump into the staff proposals, we're going to go over some of the key microgrid concepts from the concept paper that I just mentioned. Then we'll go into the proposals in the order that they were presented in the staff proposal. There will be Q&A at the end of each proposal presentation. If we do not have time for all questions and comments related to that proposal, as you can see, we did build in additional Q&A time at the end of the day before closing remarks and next steps so that we can get to all the questions. I want to mention that this workshop will be recorded and the recording will be located on our CPUC Resiliency and Microgrids webpage. We do want to make clear, though, that although it's being recorded, this recording itself and the discussions that go on in the Q&A is not part of the record. So if you have a position on a particular subject or proposal, please do submit them in the comments and reply comments so that they can be part of the formal record. With that, I believe I'll turn it over to Judge Rizzo for the procedural context.
Thank you, Jessica. And I'd like to welcome everyone here today. Just to reiterate that we're discussing the staff proposal for Track 2 pursuant to Senate Bill 1339 only today. So we're happy that you're all here to participate in that discussion. Personally, I'd like to thank staff for their hard work on developing this Track 2 staff proposal, as well as the concept paper. It is also my pleasure to have President Badger here today with us. Thank you, President Badger, for joining. And once Commissioner Sharma joins us, it's going to be terrific to have her as well. So with that, with respect to the discussion related to the relationship to the public safety power shutoffs, that may or may not occur in the 2020 wildfire season, which we're in. This is not the venue for discussing diesel alternatives. I would like to remind parties to not bring those issues up today. Rather, please be prepared to discuss those topics with the Commission, its staff, and some of our sister agencies on August 25th at the Diesel Alternatives Workshop, which is also hosted by our Energy Division. Now I'd like to contextualize our microgrids and resiliency rulemaking to frame today's discussion. This rulemaking was predicated with the issuance of the OIR, which was issued on September 2019 through an order. Since the initiation of that order, much activity occurred on this docket. The Commission received formal comments on the microgrids and resiliency order in October and November of 2019, which kicked off Track 1. For Track 1 of this proceeding, Energy Division held a workshop in December of 2019, which facilitated discussion with a large and diverse group of stakeholders that focused on short-term actions related to microgrids and other resiliency strategies targeted to launch in summer of 2020. Commissioner Sharma issued her scoping memo and ruling following this workshop in December of 2019, outlining this rulemaking's broad objectives not only for Track 1, but across Tracks 2 and 3. In January 2020, I released a ruling with the Track 1 Energy Division staff proposal and an accompanying ruling. From there, an expedited record was opened and closed for Track 1, culminating in the Commission Decision 2016-017, voted out on June 11th, 2020, that promulgated an array of rules for short-term actions to accelerate microgrid deployment and related resiliency solutions. The trigger for this activity is Senate Bill 1339. Senate Bill 1339 requires the Commission to adopt microgrid commercialization rules by December 1st, 2020. Decision 2016-017 satisfied an array of SB 1339's requirements prior to the statutory deadline of December 1st by implementing the following requirements. Permitting requirements pursuant to Section 8371A, which require the utilities to develop a template-based application process for specific behind-the-meter project types to prioritize, streamline, and expedite application and approvals for resiliency projects. A reduction to barrier and market entry pursuant to Section 8371B, which added approximately 8 new requirements to fulfill the implementation of that statutory requirement. We implemented rates and tariff rules pursuant to Section 8371D by allowing energy storage systems in advance of a PSPS event to import from but not export to the grid in support of preparedness in advance of a grid outage. We removed the storage sizing limit for large NEM paired storage and maintained existing metering requirements. We adopted standards and protocols pursuant to Section 8371E by developing a template-based application process for specific behind-the-meter project types to prioritize, streamline, and expedite applications and approvals for key resiliency projects. And we approved SDG&E's request to procure a local resource distribution controller. With that, we initiated Track 2. After Decision 2016-017 was adopted on June 11th, on July 3rd, Commissioner Sharma issued her amended scoping memo and ruling for Track 2 and highlighted elements of Track 3 that would be the focus of this rulemaking. On July 23rd, I issued a ruling and the Energy Division's Track 2 staff proposal and staff concept paper for Track 3 and beyond. This ruling includes a series of questions relating to the Track 2 staff proposal. I strongly encourage all of the parties to answer the ruling questions as thoroughly as possible. With respect to the staff concept paper, I ask the parties to focus on the elements that extrapolate from the definitions and concepts for microgrids. With that, I'll hand it back to Jessica C. for our Energy Division staff to discuss the items further. And if not Jessica, staff. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Next slide.
Thank you, Judge Rizzo, and I will turn it over to Jessica.
Great. I'm waiting for the slides to pop up on my end. Thank you. I see it now. So as I mentioned during the agenda, before we delve into the proposals, we do want to briefly introduce the key concepts that were presented in the concept paper. As you saw earlier, the concept paper is about 97 pages long, so I'll be going over these concepts relatively briefly and not in as much detail in the next 13 minutes. So we definitely encourage everyone to review the concept paper. Next slide, please. Again, the concept paper is to really set a foundation. It's not only for the proposals that we're presenting today, but for the ongoing policy work. There are 3 sections that I'm going to go over: definitions, microgrid attributes, and value propositions. Next slide, please. So first, definitions, microgrid. As you may be aware, within SB 1339, there is a statutory definition of microgrid. However, we recognize that different stakeholders may use the word microgrid to refer to different things with similar elements and characteristics. For example, to some, a microgrid may inherently imply multiple buildings, all literally interconnected with each other behind a single meter, such as a university campus. Other might use the word microgrid to refer to a single building that has its own generation and storage resources. So while the exact definitions may differ, we staff propose that there are 2 core characteristics drawn from all these various usages to provide a practical basis for consideration when we're talking about microgrid policy at the CPUC. First, microgrid is a relatively small size. 2, microgrid has the ability to serve loads as a system independent of the larger electrical grid. For the purposes of the proposals and unless otherwise specified, staff, we will use the term microgrid inclusively to refer to systems that have these 2 core characteristics. We believe that this approach is the advantage of being simpler and more accessible. Then using the term as I just described it, microgrids include a wide range of system types. Not all microgrids face the same types of barriers to commercialization. Some may face few to none. So in the concept paper and in the staff proposal, you will see that we describe specific barriers and proposals where possible, we denote the specific type of microgrid to the barrier or the policy that applies. This description may include the type of ownership, the targeted customers, and electrical configuration. Next slide, please. Okay, next we have the term resiliency. Resiliency is a concept that is often invoked in discussions about microgrids, but it really just lacks a clear, specific, and widely shared meaning. Many do see that resiliency as a valuable attribute that microgrids may be better positioned to deliver than the traditional grid. On that account, properly valuing resiliency has been suggested as an approach to facilitate the commercialization of microgrids. So without a clear definition of what resiliency is, it's difficult to develop policies to account for the ability of microgrids or other resources to deliver it. Let's see. So in the staff concept paper, we propose treating resiliency as addressing response to a large scale, or not a, but in a response to large scale disruptive events. Specifically, here on this slide, you see the resilience trapezoid. This was developed by a researcher, Pentelli, who sought to better understand the dynamics of response to large-scale disruptive events as he studied disruptive high wind events on the transmission powers in the UK. As a result of his study, he developed this resilience trapezoid that you see in front of you, where the system function in his model was the transmission system functionality over time. So using this, sorry, I'm pointing to this PowerPoint. So using this model to serve as a basis, improving resiliency becomes a measurable concept with the goal of being able to lift the floor that you see of the trapezoid. Next slide, please. So while the resilience trapezoid was originally developed to study an aspect of the electricity system function, the phases of response within this model can be used to study other system functions dependent on or impacted by the electrical system disruption, and overlay to discover relationships between those system responses. Some of these associated systems may be economic well-being, societal continuity, air quality, or health. It should be noted that different microgrids or other resiliency measures may also protect against different types of disruptions. So for example, a microgrid that relies on a generator within a tsunami risk zone may offer protection against a transmission outage that is part of a public safety power shutoff, but it's not, again, protected against an outage caused by the actual tsunami. So therefore, we're using these parameters as we attempt to evaluate all the various types of actions or projects that have resiliency benefits. Again, there's a whole lot more in the, on this topic in the concept paper where we go into detail. It's actually in multiple parts of the concept paper, including definitions, value propositions, and regulatory barriers. So please refer to those sections for more details on the subject and to get an insight of the way we're thinking about resiliency. Next slide, please. Commercialization. Finally, we have the term commercialization. So SB 1339 directs the CPUC to take specific actions to facilitate commercialization of microgrids. We understand that this directive to mean that commercialization of microgrids as a whole system, as opposed to specific technologies used within a microgrid. So this really allows for an agnostic approach to the specifics behind microgrid design, ownership, and business models. So the intention is that with this approach, microgrids in all of its various configurations and uses can become more available in the market. On this slide here, you see the approach of breaking down the steps to commercialization. For those familiar with this concept, this should not be anything new. We're not reinventing any wheels here from this point on. I won't go into detail just due to time. So I'll let you read that on your own. And then again, please refer to the concept paper. Next slide, please. Hey, microgrid attributes. So in addition to the definitions section, another key section of the concept paper is the microgrid attributes section. So while there are many common elements to a microgrid, such as typically having a source of generation, a load, a microgrid controller, we recognize that microgrid classification is not straightforward, given the many number of ways that different microgrid attributes may be combined. For example, a microgrid may be 100% renewable or 100% fossil-based, or any combination of those characteristics. To that end, the concept paper includes high-level descriptions of the most significant microgrid attributes that we will use, that you see on this table in front of you. This just provides additional, more granular, standardized vocabulary when we are characterizing the microgrid types. And it also clarifies the specific types of microgrids that are at stake when we're describing their barriers and as well as proposing solutions in the staff proposal. The table here I mentioned summarizes the what I just went over. We do want to note that while we recognize that additional attributes may be relevant for consideration for specific policy or technical matters, additional attributes may be relevant for consideration for specific policy or technical matters, or other matters. Next slide, please. So this is just a continuation of the table from the previous slide. Next slide, please. Great. Value propositions. So the third section, a third of many of the concept paper, there's also a section called Microgrid Value Propositions, where we describe the different types of value microgrids could potentially provide. In this concept paper, these are descriptions. They do not provide an evaluation of how effective or not the microgrids are at delivering that type of value that you see listed here. These are just because the relative cost and the cost effectiveness of any given microgrid at delivering that particular value really depends on the specific attributes of the microgrid and kind of the general factual context in which the microgrid project is being considered. So in the concept paper, I also want to mention that we also describe the value propositions relationship to other state laws and other policy goals and existing CPUC. Sorry about that. So we also want to mention that in this concept paper, we also describe the value propositions to other and their relationships to other state laws and policy goals and existing policies and programs. So for instance, the importance of backup power is recognized in various CPUC policies. One example, and other state policies. One example is the California Building Codes. It requires most buildings to have at least some emergency power to supply select loads during power outages. Therefore, these policies that facilitate the commercialization of microgrids also uphold and support the underlying goals and values of those other policies. So these are the main microgrid concepts that we wanted to highlight from the concept paper. And with that, I will make sure to turn off my phone and turn it over to Julian. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jessica. We will now be moving into a Q&A portion for this particular section, the key microgrid concepts. So just as a reminder to participants, you can access the raise hand function by clicking on the participants icon within your WebEx toolbar and clicking on the hand icon in the bottom right-hand corner. So if folks want to do that, I can also see there are a few questions in the Q&A box. We have Daniel Tutt monitoring that. He will be answering simple questions, and we will also be giving a portion of time to make sure that we address questions that appeared in the Q&A box. So let's see, it looks like we have some questions in the Q&A box. Do we want to start with those, Danny?
Sure, I can read them, or I don't know if you want to unmute the people who asked, but the first is from Lorenzo Christoph.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead and read those out.
Okay. Lorenzo's asking, why does the concept paper ignore the definition of commercialization from SB 1339, Section 1E, quote, transition the microgrid from its current status as a promising emerging technology solution to a successful, cost-effective commercial product?
Hi, this is Forrest. I can respond to that one. Thanks for the question, Lorenzo, appreciate that. I don't think the intention is to ignore that. I think what we wanted to do was expand on and sort of have a more nuanced thought process around what does that really mean. We wanted to think about some metrics specifically for how we could track that. If you look at the section in the proposal that looks at program evaluation, we've mentioned that we might want to think about what kind of metrics should we use to evaluate whether the actions that the commission has taken have been successful in achieving that outcome of commercialization. So yeah, the intention wasn't to ignore that, but just to try to have a more detailed and nuanced discussion. And that's something that we'll want to develop over time. The concept paper, as Jessica mentioned in her introduction, was something that we're not specifically taking comments on, but it's something that we expect to develop over time. And so your feedback on that will be invaluable for helping us to evolve our thinking. So thanks for the question.
Great, thank you for clarifying for us. Danny, to the next question.
Yeah, we have a question from Tam Hunt. Please explain how community microgrids fit within the concepts discussed so far.
I can take a stab at that. This is Forrest again. Yeah, I would refer you to the attributes section of the concept paper where we talk about all the different just Jessica introduced, and in the concept paper goes into more detail to look at all the different ways that you can break down microgrids and think about them. I think community microgrids, one aspect of that you might look at, one of the attributes that would be relevant to a community microgrid would be the real property attribute. So typically you might think about a community microgrid as being something that benefits more than one person. And it's possible for more than one person to be on one parcel, but often I think what people would think about is a microgrid that extends across multiple parcels. So I think that would be one attribute to look at. But I guess what I would rather say is that the goal of the attributes is to get around the problem that gets created when people use terms like community microgrid, just that that could be an ambiguous term, and different people could, you might have an idea, Tam, of what a community microgrid means. Somebody else might have a different idea. And so what we wanted to do with the attributes was to give us a common set of terms to be able to have that conversation with each other and make sure we're talking about the same type of microgrid. So if you're designing a program or an incentive, or even just discussing, a concept, it's important for us all to be on the same page about what it is exactly is being discussed. So if you say community microgrid, that's a little bit ambiguous. But if you say, okay, we're talking about a multiple parcel microgrid that is primarily grid facing, or maybe it's customer facing, you can start using those attribute terms to describe more explicitly and clearly exactly what type of microgrid you mean. So rather than develop definitions of these overarching terms that get used with some regularity, sort of in a vernacular way, we wanted to try to formalize that and provide a little bit more of a grounds for a more rigorous discussion. So thanks for that question.
Excellent, thank you. Danny, next question.
Yeah, from Christian Terman, we have, are you able to say more about what is considered a relatively small size microgrid?
Hi, this is Jessica. I'm not quite sure I fully understand that question, but as Forrest just referenced, we would like to point you to the microgrid attributes, slide 17. Julian, if you don't mind clicking through to that slide. So one of the attributes is size and type. So if during in our proposals and barriers, we will describe based on the size and type of generation. So maybe if you can please expand on your question on what you mean by relatively small microgrids, that will help me. But just to reiterate what Forrest just mentioned, this is how we will be describing the types of barriers and solutions and what type of microgrids we're addressing in our descriptions.
Yeah, and I could just add on to that. I think maybe one, maybe what you're just speculating here, which may be dangerous, but when you may be referring to how do you distinguish a microgrid from something that's not a microgrid based on size alone? And I think we have in the concept paper proposed cutoff of 50,000 residential customers, just to have something out there as a line in the sand in terms of a way to think about where that demarcation might lie. So that's it there in the concept paper. If you have thoughts about that, again, we're not specifically taking comments on the concept at this time, but if you're inspired and you want to share those thoughts, I would definitely welcome them and something to consider as we move forward and continue to revise and evolve our understanding and thinking.
Great. Thank you for expanding upon that. Danny, next question.
Yeah, from Fengxing Liu. For the microgrid attribute location of assets, will this categorizing method introduce more complexity for the current tariff structure because a customer-cited microgrid could be interconnected under either a retail or a wholesale tariff?
Hi, this is Pat Saxton. I don't think that it will introduce any additional complexity because those types of systems would already be required to interconnect under two different tariffs. And so nothing about these identifying microgrids based on these attributes would change that.
Great, thank you, Pat, for the clarification. Next question.
Yeah, the next question is from Jeff Morris. Just further clarification on commercialization. The concept in the stages of commercialization can be understood to be, it seems that this is within the context of a regulatory process, correct? The technology in the actual sector is way past number 4 in the list on page 16.
So yeah, this is Forrest. I'll just jump in. Yeah, no, appreciate that. And I think, again, want to emphasize, this is a way of thinking about how do we measure our success. The legislation asks us to take actions to facilitate the commercialization of microgrids. How do we know if we've done that? How do we know if the CPUC has successfully, commercialized microgrids? I think there's some language in the paper that says, well, for some types of microgrids, and again, this goes back to the wide diversity of microgrids that are possible. For some types of microgrids, maybe we have actually already achieved that. Maybe for other types, it's not quite at stage 4, and there's a lot more development. Especially, if you think about smaller scale microgrids, solar plus storage on individual parcels that are customer facing. Maybe those are past 4. Other ones that are more community scale. In certain cases, there might be additional work that needs to be done. But I would argue even for some of the ones that are, maybe arguably already past 4, there's different aspects that still might be helpful for facilitating further commercialization. So, proposal 5 looks at low-cost ways of electrical isolation. So that's, those ones maybe are still at an earlier stage 1 or stage 2, even though the underlying microgrid type there, is maybe beyond even stage 4. Together as a package, as a whole microgrid, there's room for debate. So, again, going back to the basic idea here, though, is, we thought it would be useful to think about, how do we understand whether we've been successful at achieving this commercialization? We need to have some common understanding of what the metrics are and what it means to have achieved that status. So I appreciate the question. And if you have thoughts, again, if not in this round of comments, feel free to reach out to us as staff, and certainly at a future point in either a future workshop or a future ruling, we'll definitely be wanting to take these kinds of ideas into consideration.
Great, thank you, Forrest, for clarifying again. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule, which is certainly nice. So we have time to take a few more questions. Danny, next question.
Yeah, it seems like there are a number of questions just following up on the relatively small side and referring to slide 13. So it's the relatively small size in the original definition of a microgrid. I don't know if anyone wants to address that.
Yeah, I hope this doesn't, we don't make this into more than what it should be. I mean, the idea here is to come up with an easier to understand way of thinking about what a microgrid is at its essence. A lot of the definitions are pretty wordy and complicated. So it's just a way of having something that's easy to walk around and be referring to. So, and again, I think the relatively small size just means that there's a difference between the microgrid. There has to be some kind of difference between a microgrid and the grid as a whole. So where do you draw that line between what is small enough to be a microgrid and what is at what size does a microgrid just become the grid? It's particularly probably more of a ambiguous situation in places like Alaska, where you have whole communities and there is no real broader grid, and so you just have that one grid. And is that a grid or is it a microgrid? You can have a debate about it. And what we did in the staff proposal was just threw a number out there as a way of thinking about where to draw that line. If you think you have a different way of doing that, we're all ears. Feel free to reach out to us again as staff or in a future workshop. Happy to iterate on how to have a useful way of thinking about the relatively small question. But I don't think it's super germane to most of what we've proposed here. But if it is, if you think it's causing a problem for the kinds of actions we're substantively proposing to take to implement the legislation, that's something we definitely want you to comment on in written form in response to the ruling.
Yes, absolutely. Danny, are there more questions that we can answer?
There's another follow-up question from Lorenzo Christoph on community microgrid, and just I guess the question is, community microgrid is explicitly part of the Track 1 decision with PG&E's Community Microgrid Enablement Program. So how are we to understand what that means if the concept paper avoids using it?
Okay, yeah, this is Forrest again. Lorenzo, yeah, thanks. I think in the ideal world, we'd do all the thinking and we'd have perfect definitions of all the terms and perfect understanding of all the possibilities, and we'd just do it all at once. But that's rarely a luxury that we have, and so we have to kind of address the proposals and the topics as they come to us. And certainly in this proceeding, we had a very expedited first track in response to a desire to try to do something about the outages that we're experiencing in October 2019 and make 2020 look different than 2019. So we've been moving on a very accelerated pace, and so that was a proposal that came up then, and we're proposing these definitions here as a way of trying to improve and evolve, and that's something we hope we'll never stop doing, just continuing to improve and refine the way we think about these issues and what's in the public interest. So we'll continue to think about that, and as the scope of different utilities activities to facilitate the development of microgrids moves forward, that's something that is very much on the table. How should we think about that? What is in the scope for the utilities to do? What do the utilities mean when they say community microgrid? I think those are good questions that we should keep asking as we move forward. So thanks again, Lorenzo.
Great, fantastic. I think we have time for one or two more questions. Danny, if there are any more.
Yeah, from John Leslie, is bypass of the IOU system a legitimate objective of or value proposition for the microgrid program?
Boy, that's a loaded question if I ever heard one. This is Forrest. It's an interesting question. I think the way I respond to that question is a question about customer choice. And I think we did talk about choice as being something that's, part of the conversation about energy policy in California. And, we have had, there was, I guess, a couple of years ago, there was a paper released by the Commission on choice and the different choices that customers now have for receiving energy services, whether different types of load serving entities or different types of behind the meter types of solutions. There has been a number of developments in energy policy in California that have created more choices for customers. And certainly microgrids, certainly we hear from stakeholders and advocates that may be something that they see as a value. And so I recognize that is an idea that's out there. And we are open to hearing those arguments, and we look forward to your comments and recommendations on that in response to the ruling. Thank you for the question.
Great, fantastic. I think we have time for one more question before we have a stretch break. So Danny, one more.
Sure. We have two more questions, so let me just check. But the first from Ben Schwartz, can you explain the role of grid isolation technology in the definition of a microgrid?
I think that's a good one for Proposal 5 discussion later in the afternoon. It's a great question, and I think it'd be a better time to tackle that one.
Okay, and one more question from Rochelle Chong. Track 2 is supposed to be a broad microgrid policy, moving beyond the urgent issues addressed in Track 1. It is important to address in Track 2 the concept of community microgrid, which are third-party owned and not just local government or tribal authority. So I guess asking for more clarity on the community microgrid concept.
Yeah, that's great. I love the interest in community microgrids. I think it's a super interesting topic as well, and we do too here on the team. I very much appreciate the interest, and I think again here you say community microgrid which are there's an assertion community microgrid which are third-party owned. And I would just encourage you, the way we're thinking about this is we would look at the attributes and say, okay, so you're talking about third-party ownership. So that's the ownership of assets is a particular type of attribute. If you're talking about multiple parcels, that's a different type of attribute. So we would just rather break down what we're talking about in terms of a different type of microgrid and what type of policies would be supportive of that type of microgrid by looking at the specific attributes rather than using general terms. So that's what I would encourage you to do. If you have a vision for the type of microgrid that you think is really in the public interest and really holds a lot of promise for producing value for society and for ratepayers, try to articulate as much as you can and in as great a detail the specific attributes of that microgrid, so we can all be on the same page about what it is that you think is useful and why and how. You're absolutely right that Track 2 is about broad microgrid policy, and we're doing our best to put forth proposals to implement the requirements of the legislation to effectuate that. We also have a statutory deadline that we're conscious of, and so we anticipate that we'll meet the statutory deadline, but at the same time we think that there's a lot more to do, and so that's why we have that concept paper, and we recognize that some of these issues are pretty complex, and especially when you start looking at questions of multiple parcel types of microgrids. And so we just are acknowledging ahead of time that, it could take some time to sort through all the details of those types of challenges. And even though we'll meet the statutory requirements, we think there's more to discuss. Our goal has never been just to check the boxes on the statute. Our goal is to develop good public policy. And so that's what we intend and hope to do. But thank you again for the question.
Fantastic, great. Do we have any more questions that we can that we can address now? I think we still have a few more minutes.
One last question from Jeff Morris, can you speak to the staff decision to not create a separate proposal microgrid tariff and rate schedule? It seems overly complicated to fit all these issues that are really utility issues, not issues for third-party owned microgrids.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand that question, but because there is proposal 3 is about a separate rate schedule. So I would just encourage you to take a look at proposal 3 and let us know if you have specific questions about that proposal. Actually, we'll talk about that later in the day too. Sorry.
Great, fantastic. So we are still running a little bit ahead of schedule, but the next thing we have on the schedule is a stretch break for 15 minutes. So right now I have it at 10:52, so we will be coming back at 11:08. So thank you all, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Julian, sorry, I think there's one more question from, or Danny, I don't want you, just want to double check with Danny.
There is one last question from Mark Burns that Jessica wanted to answer. I have seen the staff proposal attached to the ruling. An earlier slide referred to rejected concepts. Is that document also available?
Hi, Mark. I can take this one. So I don't think rejected is the right term. So in the concept paper, there are also other proposals. What I meant is that what I was saying earlier is that those proposals are in the concept paper, but are not in the track 2 proposals that we're going over today. They're not so much rejected. It's just we've included them in the concept paper because we thought we wanted to think more about it. Maybe we didn't have enough information to make a sound recommendation. So they're not so much as rejected, but they're just kind of they're proposals that we want to let you know we're thinking about and working on that we may address in the future of the proceeding, whether that be track 3 or so forth. So they're not, again, they're not rejected, and they are available for you to read in the concept paper.
Fantastic. Thank you for the clarification, Jessica, and thank you for catching that one question. So I'm looking at my clock right now. It is 10:55. We have a stretch break programmed for 15 minutes, but since we're running ahead, we can take an extra 5 minutes, and we will be coming back then at 11:15. So we will see everybody after the stretch break. Thank you so much for participating. All right, it's about 11:15, so I want to welcome everybody back and hope that everyone had a good stretch break. Before we move on to the proposals from the staff proposal paper, we have Commissioner Genevieve Sharoma here who would like to make some remarks on this proceeding. So I will turn it over to Commissioner Sharoma. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I just want to quickly thank everyone for being here today and actively participating in our Track 2 proceedings. I also want to do a shout out for Julian and for Roseanne Redkovich for your work on setting up the workshop, and also for the entire Microgrids team. Thank you, including Administrative Law Judge Rizzo, my intern, Mondi Liu, and my chief of staff, Luong Tesfai, for all of your tireless efforts over the past few months on this proceeding. The issues we're tackling in Track 2 are really at the heart, fulfilling the rest of the goals set out in SB 1339. And by the way, I apologize for the lawn care noise in the background, part of the stay-at-home environment. Again, SB 1339, sponsored by Senator Stern. I think the Commission staff have compiled a thoughtful list of proposals and potential future directions that address a number of key attributes needed for commercializing microgrids and also prioritizing low-income communities. Now, at this point in the workshop, I'll hand this back over to the staff, who will continue with the very good agenda that they have put forth for all of you today. And as we have our conversations today, along with the comments that will be submitted over the next few weeks, all of these things are critical to ensuring we have a robust and effective Track 2. I look forward to participating in the rest of today's events and hearing from stakeholders. Thank you so much. And back to Julian. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for the remarks, Commissioner Sharoma. So we will now be starting in on the proposals we put forth in the recently released staff proposal. So I will start with Proposal 1. Our Proposal 1 is to direct the utilities to revise their Rule 2 to explicitly allow them to install microgrids as special facilities. So just a brief summary on this barrier. Every IOU in Rule 2 has a definition of either added or special facilities. These are considered as equipment that is in addition to or substitute for standard equipment required to interconnect to the IOU's distribution or transmission system. The way we view it is that this rule could act as a barrier to microgrid development because within each IOU's version of Rule 2, they do not specifically refer to generation control devices or microgrid controllers. And they may feel obligated to seek permission directly from the CPUC to enter into arrangements to install these microgrid facilities for customers who request them. The perceived need to seek this explicit authorization from the Commission can add regulatory uncertainty, delays, and complexity to the project development process. So we'll dive right into the three options that we proposed to ease this barrier to microgrid development. The first option is we would require the IOUs to amend their respective versions of Rule 2 to explicitly state that IOU operated microgrid controllers and generation and storage control devices are covered as added special facilities under Rule 2. Doing so would explicitly cover these under the rule as the option states, and it would allow customers who want to enter into these types of microgrid arrangements with the utilities, it would allow them to not have to go to the Commission to seek a deviation from Rule 2. Our second option is to require SoCal Edison to amend their respective version of Rule 2 to not specify any examples of added special facilities. In conversation with PG and SDG and E, it was clear to us that they do not currently cite the added special facility sections as a barrier to development of this type of microgrids. mostly because their respective versions of Rule 2 were much less prescriptive in terms of the types of equipment covered. However, the reason this is or would be required for SoCal Edison was because that Edison received a one-time deviation from their Rule 2 special facilities section, and they received that deviation through CPUC resolution in construction of the Fort Irwin National Training Center microgrid in concert with the U.S. Department of Defense. Requiring Edison to rewrite the Rule 2 tariff with this less specific approach would prevent the requirement of another CPUC resolution to build these types of microgrids. And under this proposal, also PG&E and SoCal and SDG&E, I'm sorry, that should say San Diego Gas and Electric, would be required to explain why their versions of Rule 2 do not present a barrier to the development of these types of microgrids to ensure that there is no regulatory ambiguity for customers seeking to enter these types of arrangements with those two utilities. Our proposal option 3 was to maintain the status quo, effectively not requiring the IOUs to make any amendments to their respective versions of Rule 2s. None of the utilities in conversation raised concerns about these types of arrangements where they would control where they would own the controllers and control them because they feel that they could operate them safely. Additionally, projects of this type are relatively rare and are fairly capital intensive and also require extensive interface with the IOUs to develop and operate. So our recommendation was to recommend option 2. We feel that requiring SoCal Edison to take a less prescriptive approach to these types of controllers under their Rule 2 would reduce administrative barriers to broader deployment, and that requiring PG&E and SDG&E to enumerate why their current versions of Rule 2 do not prohibit these types of microgrid would also eliminate any regulatory ambiguities surrounding their construction. So that's it for proposal 1. I'd like to open it up to some Q&A before we move on to proposal 2. So just a reminder to attendees, if you want to ask a question verbally, you can do so with the raise hand function, or you can type questions into the Q&A box and they will be asked and answered verbally during this session. So Danny, are there any questions within the Q&A box that we can get started with? I don't see anybody with their hand raised.
There aren't any questions right now. I'll let you know if one shows up.
Okay. We actually just had a hand raise from Tam Hunt. So Tam, I am going to unmute you, and you can go ahead and ask your question.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. Yeah, good morning. Tam Hunt, GPI. I've got a question on process, and definitely appreciate the really hard work you all have done on putting out the concept paper and this proposal. But given that track 2 is explicitly designed to be a more considered process, not an urgent process like track 1, it does seem like there is a missed opportunity here in terms of having third parties and stakeholders present proposals alongside, at the very least, staff proposals. So perhaps you or your team could describe your thinking on that process that has gotten us here today.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Tim.
Sure, I can respond, Tam. Thank you, for the question. I think probably actually just as a general practice, some of these process questions that don't address specifically Rule 2, we could take at the end of the day because we just kind of want to keep the conversation focused on the individual proposals as we move through them. But I'll just mention, just since you already raised the question, we don't necessarily see this track 2 as being more leisurely process. I think I mentioned before in my comments, we do have a statutory deadline coming up of December 1. And so we're very conscious of that deadline and very much intend to do our best to meet that deadline. So we provided the concept paper just to make sure everyone was aware that, again, the statute is the floor, not the ceiling for what we want to try to do here. And so we're thinking about a lot of other things that are more complex and are, I know, of great interest to the broader set of people who are interested in microgrids and microgrid policy. So we definitely welcome and encourage and look forward to future engagement on all those other topics and really hope to further develop them as time goes on. We unfortunately do just have this statutory deadline we have to meet, and that's kind of one of the reasons that drives the proposals that you see in the staff proposal versus those that are in the concept paper. So thanks for the question. Look forward to engaging more on some of those more complex issues, a bit later.
Great, thank you for clarifying, Forrest. And to all participants who've raised their hands, once you've had your question answered, please lower your hand as well, so that I can continue to work through this list. We have another raised hand question from Michelle Thompson. I'm going to unmute you. Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, Julian. Thanks so much for the presentation on Proposal 1. My question is if you can explain the background of IOUs feeling obligated to seek permission directly from the Commission, which may lead to regulatory uncertainties and delays. And are these assumptions that were made? Is there evidence that this happened before for these uncertainties and delays? If you could explain that.
Yes, absolutely. So the basis of this particular proposal was SoCal Edison's Fort Irwin National Training Center microgrid. They entered into a special facilities agreement with the U.S. Department of Defense to install microgrid controllers and generation controllers at the National Training Center and to control them during grid outages. Since they felt that these particular devices did not necessarily fall under the purview of their Rule 2 added special facilities, they, in an abundance of caution, issued a Tier 3 advice letter to the Commission that was resolved through CPUC, through a Commission resolution in order to grant them a one-time deviation from Rule 2 subsection H special facilities. The reason this proposal came up is because we want to ensure that there are no regulatory barriers for utilities and customers to enter into these types of agreements, and to ensure that there are no lengthy advice letter and resolution processes that could delay or add significant costs to these types of projects. So that was the assumption that this particular proposal was predicated on, and also the example. So hopefully that answers your question. So thank you. Moving on, we have another raised hand. We have Ali Ditrio. I'm going to unmute you and please ask your question. Hi, Ali, go ahead.
Ali, we're not hearing you in case you're muted on your end.
I show you unmuted. If we can't hear your question, please go ahead and submit it through the Q&A function, the written Q&A function, and we will answer it in turn. Yeah, unfortunately. So Ali, please go ahead and submit your question through the Q&A function and we will answer it. Okay, I don't see any more raised hands. Danny, are there questions in the written Q&A that we can answer?
Yeah, we have two questions. The first is from Christine Bevilacca and is more of a comment, but also a question about San Diego Gas and Electric Rule 2, saying SDG&E Rule 2 includes equipment financing and O&M charges. This rule was written in 2002. We ask it be updated.
Yeah, so these particular versions of Rule 2 have been around to describe the descriptions of service. The particular charges that are contained therein for cost of ownership, O&M, financing are all updated semi-regularly through advice letters. So the latest rates, I don't know off the top of my head when San Diego last updated their rates, but I believe it was in the last few years to reflect current costs of ownership. Are there further questions in the Q&A that we can answer?
Yeah, a question from Lorenzo Christov. How does Proposal 1 advance commercialization of microgrids?
So let me go ahead and scroll back to Proposal 1. This particular example, we believe that it will ease barriers to the commercialization of microgrids by removing regulatory uncertainty surrounding the construction of microgrids and as added or special facilities for the particular customers. The first option, to be more explicit, we felt that by stating microgrid controllers that there would be no uncertainty. However, we also felt that taking such a prescriptive approach could pigeonhole us to the point where we're not able to respond to new technologies. So we didn't feel that option 1 was the best way to go about commercializing these types of, or helping commercialize these types of microgrids. Further questions?
There's one additional question from Katie Ramsey.
Okay.
Did staff consider limiting the allowance of special facilities to preferred resources? Given loading order requirements, this seems like a reasonable limitation. If the commission did not consider this, could you explain why not?
So our only consideration in writing these proposals was uncertainty surrounding what constitutes an added or special facility in regards to building a behind the meter microgrid. That was the biggest concern. However, we would encourage you to elaborate further in comments on the staff proposal. We will be reading them and taking them into account as we move forward with track 2 of the proceeding, and we feel that would certainly be a valuable consideration moving forward. Okay, are there any other questions on the Q&A function that I can answer?
None right now.
Okay. I see that Ali Ditrio is Ali, you're raising your hand again. Let's try this one more time to unmute you. If this doesn't work, there will be a supplemental Q&A at the end of the day where you can either try again or submit your comment verbally. So Ali, go ahead. Ali, we still can't hear you. Okay. Unfortunately, Ellie, we still can't hear you. Please go ahead and submit your comment in the written Q&A, and we will try to get to it in the order in any sort of supplemental Q&A section. Unfortunately, looking at the time, we do have to move on to proposal 2. So I would like to now turn it over to Jessica to present on that.
Hi, everyone. Great. So proposal 2 is directing the utilities to revise Rule 18 and 19 to allow microgrids to serve critical customers on adjacent parcels. Next slide, please. So for background, each IOU has an electric rule governing the supply of electricity to separate premises and the use of electricity by others. PG&E and SCE is Rule 18, and SDG&E is Rule 19, which is why the proposal is Rule 18/19. There are slight variations between the 3 IOUs, but generally, if the electricity is delivered by the utilities to a premise, the rules prohibit the premise from supplying the electricity to a different premise. This electric rule could be perceived as a barrier by microgrid developers who wish to maximize the use and benefit of their own microgrids by supplying power to adjacent premises in the event of grid outages. So yes, please, next slide, please. Sorry. Slide 31, great. So the purpose of the underlying rule is to ensure the safety and reliability of the electricity supplied from the distribution grid to the customers, and to protect customers who may have no or limited choices about who provides their electricity. Currently, there is no method for the utilities to monitor the flow of electricity after it reaches the assets behind the utility meter. This lack of visibility poses potential safety, reliability, and operational concerns. Additionally, the utility will also be unable to ensure the sale of electricity for it to only occur during emergency outages. Last but not least, if the customer becomes dependent on the microgrid provider for electricity, the customer may be vulnerable to overcharging. Next slide, please. So here are the options. Option 1 is proposing to allow critical facilities owned by municipal corporations to be exempt from Rule 18 and 19. So subject to the limits of PUC 218, this option allow premises to supply electricity to adjacent premise to conduct emergency or critical operations during a grid outage. The municipal corporation or the adjoining premises or the customer is required to install a device subject to the utilities review and approval that prohibits the parallel operation of the service line between the premises during normal operation. Under this option, the proposal does not require entities to become an electric cooperative. And the rationale is that this option keeps the integrity of not selling power from premise to premise, and the transfer of electricity is strictly restricted to only during grid outages for critical facilities. We feel that this option is technically feasible and financially feasible. This option does not trigger cost shifting as the equipment will be paid for by the customer. One may argue that there may be some utility administrative costs to ensuring that the electricity is not being transferred during normal operations, but these costs may be nominal due to the limited number of projects. For example, adjacent municipal critical facilities, and the fact that the municipal facilities are unlikely to purposely operate during normal operations with supply of electricity. Under this option, another rationale is that it protects the customer from overcharging, because during normal operations, the customer would continue to receive electricity from the regulated utility during normal operations. One last rationale is that this option does not require an electric cooperative status because the electricity supply is only allowable during grid outages and not during blue sky conditions. Next slide, please. Great. Then option 2. So exactly like option 1, allow critical facilities owned by municipal corporations to be exempt from this rule. However, under option 2, it's saying let's set a subscription limit of 10 microgrid projects within the 3 IOUs territory. And then once this capacity is reached, the CPUC and IOUs will revisit the exemption to determine if this exemption should continue and if there are any modifications that needs to be made based on observing those exempt projects, those 10 projects. The rationale being that in addition to all the rationale I gave under option 1, this option 2 allows for the review of exemption and just potential modifications to further improve this proposal. We're also proposing for the subscription limit to be capped at a fixed number of projects rather than at a fixed number of megawatts, just to ensure that data will not be skewed if there's one or more projects that have a relatively high number of installed megawatts. Next slide, please. All right. Lastly, we have option 3. Which is to maintain status quo. Absolutely no changes to rules 18 and 19 under this track 2. And the rationale being that if there are 2 adjacent premises that would like to supply from one to another during grid outages, the premises can be configured to be either master metered or in front of the utility meter during the development of the microgrid project planning stages. Another rationale is that this option, maintaining status quo, it maintains the safety and reliability of the electric grid because the IOUs would not need to monitor if the supply of energy is occurring during normal operations. Next slide, please. So for track 2, we recommend option 2, allowing critical facilities owned by municipal corporations to be exempt from this rule. And also setting that subscription limit of 10 projects within the 3 IOU territories. Again, once the capacity is reached, the IOU, CPUC, we are proposing to revisit this exemption to determine if there are any modifications needed, should this exemption continue based on observing those exempt projects. So the rationale is that for this recommendation is that option 2, it enables municipal critical facilities who wish to maximize the use and benefits of the microgrid by supplying power to their neighbors' adjacent premises in the event of a grid outage. And by setting that subscription limit, we, along the IOUs, have the opportunity to, again, just identify any unintended issues that we may not know at this point in time. We will have more data by then to just to be able to see how we can further improve it and should this exemption continue. I believe that's the last slide. Great, thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you, Jessica. We'll move on to a Q&A session here until about noon. So I see there are a few folks raising their hands. So we'll start with verbal questions and then move on to questions that were submitted through the Q&A. So the first raised hand I see is Howard Golub. Howard, I believe you are on the line. Go ahead.
Hey, Julian, I think you may need to unmute call-in user 7. I think that's Howard's audio.
Call-in user 7? Great. Howard, is that you?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead. What is your question?
Yes, I represent the Port of Long Beach, which has a major program designed to develop microgrids. one of which is under active development. Our experience with that project strongly indicates that the staff's recommendation for reform of Rule 18 is absolutely imperative, and we certainly applaud that decision. If anything, the staff has understated the nature of the problem, because in addition to 18C, there's also a problem with 18E. But the solution that you have recommended, basically creating exemption from Rule 18, would solve much of that. However, I would like to note that we think that some of the limitations that you suggested should be relaxed or eliminated, particularly the notion of critical facilities. I think that was taken from a prior CPUC resolution, which was arose out of the Port of Long Beach. But I don't think it's really applicable to situations like airports and seaports, which are essential uses under the Commission's rotating outage rules. So I think that they should be included within the definition of critical facilities for the purposes of microgrids. That's the end of my comment.
Okay, thank you, Howard. We encourage you to submit. Comments on the ruling at the upcoming deadline to that effect, and we will take that into consideration. We have another raised hand. It looks like Todd Farhat. I'm going to unmute you and go ahead. Todd, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. We can hear you.
Okay. Hard question, actually, if you don't mind. First, system attributes in the type of system. You list a type of system that can go across public streets. My question is, does this type of system qualify under option 1? And then would a third-party co-op also qualify under either option 1 or 2? And thanks again.
Great, thank you for your question.
Hi. Sorry, would you mind repeating the first part of your question? I'm just writing notes down. Sorry about that, Julian.
No, no worries.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
It's kind of breaking up on my end. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Sorry, would you mind repeating? Cut off a little bit for me. But I don't know if that was just on my end. Would you mind? Thank you.
Okay. I just, under system attributes in the attachment, type of system, you list the type of system that can go across a public road. Does that type of system qualify under option 1 or 2?
No, it does not.
It does not. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would a co-op also qualify under option 1 or 2?
Are they adjacent premises? If so, then yes.
Well, I'm talking about the entity itself, not necessarily. Yes, under adjacent premises. Third-party co-op.
Mm-hmm. So right now, the proposal is silent on that. But if that is something that you feel we should include in the proposal, we would highly encourage you to include that in your comments. But as it stands now, the staff proposal, we haven't specified that.
Great, thank you for your question, Todd. Moving on, we have another raised hand from Jeff Morris. Jeff?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yeah, just going back to slide 31, there's 2 or 3 bullets here that the premise for this area is around, basically a kind of almost like a must-serve provision that someone would become dependent upon the microgrid owner. Is that the nexus to get covered underneath that is that they are in a must-take position from the microgrid, or is that regardless of whether they're in that position or not?
That would be the latter. So this is just more of a general situation, but not as a must take. But the way we did write the staff proposal is that these are critical facilities. So I think that depends on how it's defined. I don't think I'm answering your question very well right now. I'm just trying to think through it.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add to that, Jessica, before we go to the written Q&A?
No, sorry about that. I just would encourage you to write your thoughts, share your thoughts in the comments. I just want to not give the wrong answer at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is Forrest. Jeff, if you wanted to write down your question in the Q&A, it might be easier for us to think through.
Okay, I think at this time we'll move to the written Q&A. So Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe Jeff's question is written down lower in the Q&A if you want to look it over. But to start, we have a question from Andrew Schwartz. Is the proposal to allow the provision of backup service to multiple adjacent premises or just one? And how is adjacency defined? Can you repeat or expand on why the limit to critical facilities and specifically to those owned by municipal corporations?
So currently, as it stands, the staff proposal is limited to one other adjacent parcel or premises. I'm sorry. And then, would you mind repeating the second part of that, Danny? I don't see it on my end. Sorry about that.
Can you repeat or expand on why the limit is set to critical facilities and specifically to those owned by municipal corporations?
So this, why it's only limited to critical facilities. So I think at least from me, where I stand is that critical facilities and just try to be able to, just in terms of hierarchy, at least for me, critical facilities come to mind when who can most help, who can benefit the most from these communities are critical facilities. If you if you have a proposal to expand it to other types of facilities, we're definitely open to other suggestions. If you could share your reasoning why. It was just kind of as a starting point, at least from my point of view, I thought critical facilities would benefit most in terms of communities being able to go to these facilities, but we're definitely not restricted to that. So if you have a reasoning why it should be expanded, we're definitely we'll welcome all those comments.
Yeah, this is Forrest. Just to expand on that a little bit, Jessica's right, and I think just to add a little bit though, I would say, I think it could be challenging to apply a new rule wholesale to everyone all at once. So sometimes we look for ways to try to roll it out to a smaller subset of customers first. And so the question is, where do you start with that subset of customers? And like the previous proposal that Julian presented, this one was motivated in part by a specific experience, and so it's largely crafted just to address the barriers that we saw specifically encountered in the past. And so that's just, for historical purposes, that's why the language is in there the way it is in terms of municipal corporations. But to echo what Jessica said, if you have different thoughts about what would be reasonable and in the public interest, definitely please feel free to provide those in response to the ruling.
Great.
And also, sorry. And just to reiterate, so that is one of the reasons why we're recommending the option 2, which is setting the subscription limit so that we can revisit this exemption at a later time. Maybe perhaps we found that there weren't any unintended consequences, and we, as a commission, feel more comfortable expanding this to a wider list, just to build off of what Forrest was saying.
Great. Just looking at the clock, we have about 5 more minutes, so we have time to take a few more written questions.
There's a number of questions on the subscription limit, so I thought I would try to maybe summarize them, but does this mean a limit of 10 total or a limit of 10 in each IOU service territory? And then also questions about whether after the 10 have been sort of submitted and that limit has been reached, what's the next step? What would be the criteria for sort of evaluating whether to continue or expand the project? And would there be like a break in allowances at that point?
Yeah, so currently the staff proposals, we are recommending a subscription limit of 10 microgrids projects within the 3 IOU territories. So the next step as far as the exemption is just taking a pause and for us and collectively with the IOUs to look at the data that we have at that time to evaluate whether or not the exemption should continue, or as I mentioned earlier, if there are any other modifications, whether it is to expand it to a larger set of customers beyond critical facilities. So 10 is kind of a number where we thought is a good starting point, but if parties or folks on the line have other recommendations, please let us know in the comments and reply comments.
Okay, anything, are there any more questions that we can answer off of the written Q&A?
Sure. From Brady Mathai Jackson at PG&E, is the intent of proposal 2 that both the entity supplying the electricity and the entity receiving the electricity will be owned by a municipal corporation, or only one of these needs to be a municipal corporation?
The idea is for both to be municipal corporations.
Okay, anything further?
Yeah, a question from Barbara Barkovich. The term municipal corporation is too narrow. You might want to include hospital and/or clinic along with government facilities. Have you considered this?
Thank you for that comment. We just not to give a standard answer, but please let us submit that comment in to the comments and reply comments, and we can take that into consideration. Thank you.
Great, I think we have time for one more question, if there are any in the written Q&A.
Yeah, there are a number. Sorry, I'll just go by order. But the next is a question from Ali Detrio. What examples can the CPUC point to justifying their concern about customers being taken advantage of by alternative providers?
So this is Forrest. I'm not sure what the context of that question is, if it's addressed to this particular proposal or not, but consumer protection has been a pretty large issue with rooftop solar. We've made a lot of progress, I think, the CPUC has in trying to develop new policies to protect consumers on that front. So I would refer you to that whole discussion that's happened and subsequent policy action that CPUC has taken to address consumer protection issues related to rooftop solar.
Great. Thank you for thank you for that clarification, Forrest. I'm looking at the time. We're at about noon right now, which is the beginning of our lunch break. So we will adjourn for lunch for 1 hour and come back at 1. I just want to remind folks that we do have a supplemental Q&A section at the end of this presentation between 3:45 and 4:55. So if you still have questions, you can either save them until then to be answered verbally, or you can also type them into the Q&A function at that time, and we will try and get everything answered. Also, an additional note to folks that have raised their hands to ask questions, please go ahead and lower your hands so that I can better monitor the Q&A function. So thank you, everyone. And with that, we'll sign off and we'll see you back here at 1 p.m. to continue this webinar. Thank you. Hi there, everyone. It's about 12:58, so we'll be starting up here again in a couple of minutes. So we'll let folks trickle back in as they can, and we will be starting up here very soon. Thanks. Alrighty. So thank you again, everyone, for rejoining us here for the afternoon portion of our workshop on the Track 2 staff proposal. We're looking forward to present the content that we have for you. Just a couple of reminders for the Q&A portions. Feel free to raise your hand or ask your question through the Q&A box. We did have one request that for folks who are asking questions verbally to please state your name and your organization at the beginning of your question. And then if folks in the Q&A section could also state their organization affiliation as well, that would be much appreciated. Just as a reminder, we will have an additional Q&A session later this afternoon. Currently, it's scheduled from 3:45 to 4:55, so hopefully we can get to everyone's questions within that. We really appreciate the robust Q&A, and we look forward to seeing everyone's comments here coming out on the staff proposal. So without further ado, I would like to turn it over to my colleague Joyce Steingast to present on Proposal 3.
Thank you, Julian. So Proposal 3 directs the utilities to develop a microgrid schedule that combines component technologies that have safely and reliably under Rule 21, but in microgrids that can be used in a variety of combinations. So the complexity of the existing rate options, it seems, themselves have presented a barrier to sales of microgrid projects that combine multiple generation and or storage resources. One reason could be because of the difficulty or lack of certainty in determining which rate options are available and most advantageous to the customer. This describes the regulatory barrier. Additionally, the proposal's intent is to address two financial barriers, one being high initial costs as driven by the interconnection costs, and high operating costs driven primarily by a combination of cost responsibility charges made up of standby, departing load, and non-bypassable charges. So on the next slide, and exceptions from cost responsibility charges. The Commission has used fundamental rate-making philosophies where they've consistently required departing customers to pay their fair share through departing load charges, while new customers have been required to pay for non-bypassable charges. But at the same time, there's record of the Commission providing policy incentives through exceptions or exemptions of cost responsibility charges to incentivize technological advances and increase customer generation, economies of scale in production and sales. After the incentive period and Commission evaluation, these incentives were realigned with payment mandates. And the slide references a few of the key decisions that are relevant to that discussion. So on the next slide, let's talk about the recommendation. So in the staff proposal, we framed the eligibility criteria and exemptions for the proposal. So our team took CPUC precedent into consideration, and we suggest several criteria as guiding principles for the exemptions and exceptions. For example, microgrids enable customers to be self-sufficient, presenting an argument that standby charges are unnecessary, particularly when the larger electrical grid may be unreliable due to de-energization. Thus, the eligibility requirement of long duration, such as 96 hours or more, or indefinite islanding as a criteria for standby reservation charges exemption. For new and incremental load, there is no load departing. Therefore, it seems reasonable to exempt microgrids from departing load charges that include this criteria. Finally, given that microgrids that serve critical facilities are providing essential services, they may be providing a valuable public service when the grid is unavailable, such as microgrids that provide long duration or indefinite islanding to those facilities could be exempted from some public purpose charges. And on the next slide, let's talk more about the actual options that were outlined in Proposal 3. So option 1 describes a rate schedule that allows for exporting of energy to the grid, NEM eligibility, and exemptions from cost responsibility surcharges in alignment with its design. Option 2 describes a rate schedule that doesn't allow for exporting of the grid nor service under NEM. But option 2 would be more for those installations that want to get up and running quickly using backup generation and storage resources without any plans to export. And in some regards, this resembles what already exists in the NEM multiple generation tariffs for customers that operate a NEM fuel cell generator and don't sell the energy generated using the IOU or the ISO equipment. Option 3 is similar to option 1, but has a statewide enrollment cap that allows for Commission evaluation of the program. Option 4 is similar to option 1, but does not allow for any additional exemption cost responsibility surcharges. The first 4 options would be subject to PUC reevaluation after 5 years. And finally, option 5 is kind of the entertain more study option. Option 5 would task a working group to study and recommend prudent and reasonable cost responsibility surcharges in conjunction with a rate schedule for customer-sided, customer-facing microgrids with a 2-year phase-in and transition period beginning January 1st of next year, 2021. So on the next slide, I think, oh, that's it for slides. So staff recommended option 4. And we want to explore with caution the impacts and the value of public benefit from microgrids. And because these values have not all been quantified, stakeholders may not fully understand or agree with the value exchange offered in exchange for exemptions offered in options 1 through 3. So I'm ready to hear your questions. I think as guiding principles, we want to develop something as a starting point that can simplify and streamline so that eligible components can be combined. We encourage you to engage on comments and state what you need as far as timeframes. We want something realistic and implementable. And it is meant to be a single rate schedule that simplifies the tariff information, easier to understand in one document.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. And with that, I think we will open it up to questions. I have a couple of raised hands, so we'll start with the verbal questions. We'll start with the verbal questions first, and then we'll move on to the written Q&A. Okay, our first verbal question, Ali Ditrio, you've raised your hand. Let me unmute you, and hopefully this works this time. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me this time around?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, apparently you do need to, you can't just click on a link, you have to register and then click on a link. So I'm sorry about earlier. Thank you guys for your work on this and giving this a lot of thought. Can you please explain why you chose option 4 within this proposal in more detail?
So option 4 is a conservative approach. We are trying to stay true to the legislation, which instructs us to avoid cost shifting. We're eager to hear input and reactions and comments to these proposals. Option 4 is a starting point. I think we've shared a roster of other choices as well. And we're just eager to open up the discussion on reactions to it.
Great, fantastic. We're going to move on to the next raised hand question. That would be Tam Hunt. And also just a reminder to folks who are asking verbal questions, please state your name and your organization at the beginning of your question. Tam, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tam Hunt, Green Power Institute. We've, along with other parties, including the Microgrid Resources Coalition and the Clean Coalition, focused in prior comments in part on the need to incentivize community microgrids with new tariffs of various types, Valley Resilience tariffs, even the new remap proposal could perhaps help in some manner. The new PURPA might help in some manner. So far, it looks like what you focus on here for Proposal 3 is NEM or similar projects, not community microgrids. And so it looks like, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you're focused on the rate part of the rates and tariffs language in the legislation. I'd like to ask you first, could you clarify if you're planning to, in some manner, look at tariff options as well as rates that apply to NEM projects only? And if not, what is the best way for parties to ensure that the community microgrid incentivization options are also addressed?
Well, thank you for your question, Tam. I may not fully understand what you mean by addressing the tariffs as well as the rates. I know that it was a key priority in the comments throughout the earlier proceedings to have a streamlined and efficient rate schedule for microgrids. And so this was one of the ones that was in scope to cover those issues. I know that for community microgrids, there's perhaps a little more complexity to that. There's other pilot projects underway that are working through those issues. So I think that there's a lot to learn and explore on community microgrids. This particular one was intended to focus strictly on things that could be efficiently interconnect in the near term, whereas I think community microgrids are more challenging. And I encourage anyone else on our team to field the question if they'd like to share other responses.
Okay, I think hearing nothing further, we'll move on to our next question. Jeff Morris, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Jeff Morris with Schneider Electric North America. I have two questions that I can ask them both. The first is, by looking at slide 42, which is up on the screen, it seems like that there's only a capacity rate in all four proposals with the NIM and the exporting allowed or disallowed. Is there any type of recognition of the other services microgrids bring to the distribution system by being able to import and provide more capacity or hosting on a circuit below a substation at all? And this proposal is the first question. And then the second question, if you could talk a little bit about the decision to say that the DLC charges, departing load charges, are a financial, not a regulatory barrier. Because unless I misunderstand, all those DLC charges for charges that are charged once you're operating a microgrid, not when you're actually trying to build a microgrid.
As far as your question about the capacity rate, I think some of the other rate structures were discussed in the longer concept paper, or they may be teed up later in future tracks of the proceeding. So I don't think it was something that was excluded or ruled out. I think it's something that the commission staff would be, interested in hearing more about. And I think, an approach that can be used is to, in your comments, springboard off of the staff proposals that are offered here. And if you see other connections and other options, build on that in your comments and offer those recommendations to everyone. So that's what I would suggest.
Okay.
And then you had a second part to your question. I don't think I answered it. It was that departing load charges were, you were saying it was some other kind of barrier. I'm sorry, I may not have connected all the dots on that. What was the point you wanted to share?
Oh, hi, thanks for meeting me. Yeah, there was a comment in a previous slide that listed the departing load charges as a financial barrier, but not a regulatory barrier. And my question was, could you talk a little bit about that decision point? Because I think that it's an operating cost going forward after a microgrid is built, so it's not a barrier to building a microgrid; it's a barrier to operating it. And it's a regulatory barrier, I think, in some people's opinion. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you for making that clarification. I appreciate it.
Okay, moving on, I did hear Tam Hunt had a clarification to add to their first question. So I'm going to go ahead, Tam, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and if you want to make that clarification.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Yeah, hi, Joyce. You asked for some clarification what I meant by rates and tariffs. That's, of course, a phrase in the legislation. And we requested in our comments on the scoping memo that the commission clarify their understanding of that phrase. It's not defined. but typically tariffs refer to compensation schedules. In this case, you're looking at various ways to remove fees on NEM projects. The flip side of that for community microgrids is providing compensation through things like a valley resilience tariff, et cetera. That's just one, species of the overall category. There are various proposals and programs in place or soon to be in place in California that do potentially provide compensation for community microgrids when they're not selling power to their customers. To have that as a viable commercial option, you need to have a backup power sales option. And so I really urge you to think through the community microgrid option as a very serious and substantial category of microgrids that seems to be, at this point, from what I can tell, not have been fully considered by your group. So does that clarify why I was asking?
Yes, I can see that part of it is having a shared vocabulary, shared definitions of what we mean by tariffs and rates and rules. And so I appreciate that distinction. We've had some of the same conversations internally on what those words mean and what the legislation means. So as we all grapple with that, I guess I would encourage you to share your opinions and perspectives, in the comments, because I think that would be worthwhile in getting more clarity on what was anticipated when the legislation.
Great, thank you for the clarification. And so we move on. Barbara Barkovich, you had a question? I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I actually wrote two things in the sidebar as well, but first of all, I wanted to say it's a statement rather than a question. You cannot exempt anybody from public purpose program charges without a statutory change. Some of these things are mandated by statute. It's the same thing as with Section 218 issues. That's in statute and would have to be changed if you wanted to do something across the street. The other thing I wanted to say is that conceptually, I think you should distinguish between an exemption from departing load charges for microgrids that are used only during emergencies from ones that are used on a more regular basis. Because I think the argument for exemption and that they're only used in emergencies is that there really isn't a cost shift. They're basically supporting load that cannot be supported by the system. Whereas if they're being used on a regular basis, then there is definitely a potential for a cost shift, and you have to address things like standby. So I wanted to draw that distinction because I think you made it saying 96 hours. I know that 96 hours is the requirement. I'm not saying that's the magic number, but that there really is a difference in because essentially if you're using it in emergencies, you're not getting any standby, right? You're using it because the system cannot support you.
Mm-hmm.
And I can put that in writing.
Those are distinctions.
Yes, and we would encourage you to write those distinctions into the comments on this particular ruling. We will take them into account as we progress through track 2. We have a raised hand. Thomas Marahart, you are unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my name's Thomas Marhart. I'm a sales engineer for Western Energy Systems. We are the Yenbacher sales and service provider for cogeneration systems, just kind of in the size ranges we're discussing here. And, we've got about 120 megawatts up and down the state on what we consider critical facilities, wastewater plants, hospitals, hospitality, food processing, things basically that you definitely want to keep up when the grid goes down, be it for a few hours or a week. And I'm just kind of wondering if there has been any more thought put into, what really is going to be the most desirable attributes of power generation that will also, satisfy a lot of the social justice and environmental causes, because there's a lot of different technologies out there that have different costs, and combined heat and power from the good old reciprocating engine is one of the lowest costs per ton of carbon reduced out there. And, we've seen where these things have been deployed. They've actually reduce the cost of energy delivered to communities that need water, sanitation, and some of the business and processing in their communities. So, I mean, has there been any thought about giving beneficial technologies like this that can run on or off grid during an emergency a blanket exemption from departing load and standby fees to help more quickly distribute their benefits? I mean, because we have a nuclear power plant, 2,500 megawatts coming offline, and we've been removing baseload resources that are dispatchable. And I just don't see how we're going to be able to deploy the sheer number of generation assets that can protect these communities and these businesses and these critical facilities fast enough without some sort of a blanket exemption for these technologies that can run so cleanly and so reliably.
Thomas, your 2 minutes is up. Thank you for your question. We'll turn it over to Joyce to answer.
I would encourage you to share your perspectives with the proceeding. You've done a good job already advocating your position on the matter, so I would encourage you to share it with the proceeding. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have another question from verbal. I think this is the last verbal question we're going to take before we turn it over to the written Q&A. So Julia Levin, go ahead.
Hi, this is Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. My comment and questions kind of follow Tom Marihart's questions. We have two very large concerns about this proposal. The first is this is really the only proposal focused on rate changes, and yet it seems surprisingly narrowly focused on NEM. And we're wondering, where is the PUC going to address the need to adopt rates that encourage, as Tom said, baseload and flexible generation power, combined heat and power, long duration storage, basically a more diverse portfolio? There doesn't seem to be anything in this particular proposal or more generally in the Track 2 proposals that really will ensure that we have diverse portfolios for microgrids that are truly reliable, which requires baseload and flexible generation, as well as long duration storage. So that's really my first question is, where are the proposals for rates that encourage baseload and flexible generation, as well as other, more diverse portfolio options? My second concern / question has to do with the proposed limitation to 1,200 megawatts. It seems like a lot of the proposals in the Track 2 overall staff proposal are really more along the lines of what I would describe as pilot programs or pilot scale. And I don't believe that that's what SB 1339 was really focused on. We need microgrids across the state to deal with PSPSs and other grid disruptions. So I'm curious why so many of the proposals really are more on the scale of pilot proposals at this point. So two questions. Where are the requirements for a diverse portfolio that includes baseload and flexible generation? And why is everything limited to pilot scale? Thank you.
So what I'm hearing you say, Julia, and thank you for your comments and your questions, is that you would encourage the staff to consider additional proposals expanding beyond pilots and ensuring that more comprehensive rate schedules addressing base load, combined heat and power, and more diverse portfolio would be necessary to implement the Senate Bill 1339. Just your explicit questions, but I want to acknowledge that I've heard your perspectives and appreciate that you'll share those in your comments with the proceeding. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Joyce, for answering those questions. I would like to now turn it over to the written Q&A in the box. So Danny, go ahead.
It looks like there's just a couple questions that are mostly clarifying. So Todd Farrat followed up. In the additional exemption from cost responsibility, how do you explain charging a departing load charges to new construction that was never a customer of the IOU to start?
I think that is addressed in one of the options. I think it is option 2 that addresses that if it's new or incremental, it does not have departing load charges. So I think one of these options had that intention.
Okay, next question.
Yeah, there's one more question also clarifying from Jeff Morris. I was asking if staff could discuss why they felt DLCs were a financial versus a regulatory barrier.
I think he already asked me that question, and so I dodged it already.
Okay. Danny, are there any other questions in the written Q&A?
There's one more actually I missed from earlier from Zach Wugan. How is indefinite islanding defined?
Frankly, I'm not really sure where you're seeing those words, and so I don't have any written answer. You know.
Okay. If that takes care of the written questions, I think we have a couple more. We have a couple more verbal questions that we have time to take here. So, Lorenzo Christoph, go ahead.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Lorenzo Christoph, I'm an independent consultant working with Vote Solar in this proceeding. And picking up on something that Tam Hunt raised earlier about tariffs for microgrids and community microgrids. And so what's happening in your proposal here, number 3, you're looking at basically talking about community microgrids. And at the same time, PG&E is developing community microgrids in accordance with the Track 1 decision under the CMEP program. And so they'll be doing something which applies to their service territory only, developing community microgrid tariffs. How do you see these pieces coming together? Because it seems to me that, the subject of commercialization of microgrids really requires looking at tariffs for community microgrids. So there'll be something happening in an advice letter context as a separate entity from this proceeding. How do we bring those two silos together? What's your vision for that?
I don't know that I have a vision. I'm thinking that there is in the proceeding and in the legislation, there's the opportunity to form working groups, and maybe that's one avenue that could be used so that more of an open and transparent method could be used to develop community microgrids tariffs. What were you thinking, Lorenzo?
Well, I was thinking, and we actually argued in earlier comments, that community microgrid should be a subject of the present proceeding in Track 2. Obviously that was not adopted, but I'm very concerned that, one, the idea of developing a community microgrid tariff just for one utility service territory rather than something that's applicable to all the IOUs adds to confusion and in itself is a type of impediment to commercialization of microgrids, simply because each of the IOUs will have its own terms about that. But 2, having it outside of this current proceeding, which is about commercialization, and through a separate advice letter process makes it a whole lot less transparent. So I would like to see it be an explicit issue that's taken up in this proceeding.
So this is Forrest. Lorenzo, thank you for your feedback and comments on that. Yeah, I'm just really happy to see all the enthusiasm and excitement around the idea of community microgrids. It's, as I mentioned earlier, it's an area we're very interested in as well. And I, just to follow up, I support Joyce's comment that, the idea of a working group is something that we proposed in the staff proposal itself, and it's actually been a big topic of conversation here recently internally. Is how do we do exactly what you're describing? How do we establish a open conversation to kind of explore some of these more challenging issues that you all are raising, and issues around community microgrids and all the other types of all the concepts that we introduced in the concept paper, as well as the other proposals in the back half of the concept paper. So there's a lot of ground to cover here, and if I'm sure you're following the development of microgrid related policy around the country. These things are coming up everywhere, and nobody's come up with a really clean solution anywhere. And we're very interested in hearing your ideas and bringing them into the proceeding when we can. As I mentioned earlier, I think we're facing, we have this challenge of, this was a proceeding that was originally intended to implement SB 1339. We were asked to take a look at what can be done in the short term to reduce the impact of PSPS outages in 2020. And that really took up the first, 6-7 months of the whole proceeding. And now we're turning towards track 2. We've got a deadline of December 1 coming up right around the corner. So we're really doing our best to try to implement feasible solutions in that time frame, while also signaling to you and to everyone else that we know there's a lot more to cover, and that the statute is really the floor, not the ceiling. And we want to and are eager to engage on these issues that you're raising here, and are actively looking for what's the right format to do that. And so that's just a long way of saying we just really appreciate the interest and the enthusiasm, and look forward to your suggestions and ideas for how to advance the policy on community microgrids and all these other topics that questioners have raised today in the workshop.
Fantastic. Thank you for expanding on that, Forrest. Just before we move to the next verbal question, I want to remind folks that if you have had your question answered, to please lower your hand so that I can order our responses. Next question is from Matthew Friedman. Matthew, go ahead.
Thanks. This is Matt Friedman, representing the Utility Reform Network. And my question really is, I've read through the staff paper and I've listened to the presentation today, and I have to admit I'm still very unclear about what option 4 would direct the utilities to do. So my question is the proposal here that to the extent that the microgrid relies entirely on NEM-eligible systems, that the utilities would offer a microgrid tariff that essentially replicates the existing NEM tariff? Is that the proposal? And I do have a follow-up, but it depends on the answer.
I don't think that was the intention. It was more intended to look at the existing rates that already exist and essentially develop different use cases, essentially develop somewhat of a decision tree that shows how existing information can be mapped into a rate schedule for a microgrid that combines the different components into one.
Is the proposal to allow all production and consumption occurring behind the meter to be exempt from any utility charges? Is that the idea? I look at this and I see a universe of possible approaches to addressing the criteria laid out, and I'm just not sure what clear guidance is being provided. And perhaps I'm just misunderstanding.
So this is Forrest. Just jump in. So Matt, I do appreciate that question. Why don't we just, for the sake of argument, suggest while we consider the possibility that effectively is what would result from implementing proposal 4. But there's no exemptions, just to be clear. It would just be, as you mentioned, a replication of the options that are currently available, but in a simplified format that's easier for customers to understand. Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that that's what the result of proposal 4, implementing proposal 4, would do. Does that lead you to your second question?
When you say the options that are available, do you mean the NEM 2.0 tariff that's currently available, or some other set of options that are currently available?
I think that's the main idea, but I don't want to be exclusive. So, really, we would ask the utilities to look at, everything that is currently available to a customer who might want to install different technologies through a Rule 21 interconnection agreement, and say, well, what are the different options that are available to that customer? Can you combine and consolidate all of those options into one in a way that's easier to understand and simpler?
Okay, I'm getting closer to understanding. I guess I'd offer two thoughts or questions for consideration. The first is net energy metering options are very different by customer class, as we all know. So how would a single rate be established for a mixed set of commercial, industrial, and residential customers on a single microgrid? How would that even work? Are you treating them like a single customer that would fit into the very largest class, or something else? And then the second question would be, would those customers then not be responsible for additional costs incurred by the utility to interconnect the microgrid or to upgrade their distribution system to accept exports, since the level of exports might be much more significant with a large aggregated microgrid system than from an individual customer?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think you're going right towards where a lot of other questioners have been going, which is thinking about this as a community microgrid type of option, as opposed to a campus type of option where it's a single customer. Maybe there's multiple facilities and everything's connected under Rule 21. So it's an interesting question. The fundamental principle is that there's no changes to compensation. So that's the goal, that the policy sort of guideline that we had in mind for option 4. No changes in compensation, but a simplified approach to doing what's already allowed.
Okay, thank you, Forrest, for the clarification. I'm just looking at our time, and I think we have time enough for maybe one more question from the written Q&A. Danny?
Yeah, it looks like there's a question here from Sam White. The ITER proceeding has had proposals outstanding for rates in tariffs for this. Oh, maybe there's some typos there. Rates and tariffs related to these proposals for distributed generation. Can you address how those would be applied here?
Sorry, I'm going to try to find it, but I didn't catch it.
I could jump in real quick on that. Joyce is having some audio issues. So yes, we are definitely aware of those other outstanding proposals, and we're sort of tracking that, communicating with our colleagues in the grid planning and reliability section. So I think that's just an ongoing question for us all to be wrestling with, is how do we make sure what we're doing is consistent and not contradictory. I think there's just a little bit of, each proceeding is kind of moving at its own pace, and I think we'll have to see when action takes place in each of those proceedings, and kind of be in dialogue with each other to make sure we're learning and not duplicating effort and not creating new conflicts. So it will help, help if you, those of you who are participating in both proceedings can help provide that continuity, and we'll be doing the same behind the scenes within Energy Division.
Absolutely. Thank you, Forrest, for that. I apologize that we have not been able to get to everyone's questions here in this particular session. We do need to move on to Proposal 4 for time. For the sake of time, just a reminder, there will be an additional Q&A later this afternoon. It's currently scheduled for 3:45 to 4:55, where we will attempt to field as many questions as we can for this. But as to that, we will be moving on to the next proposal, Proposal 4. Jessica?
Hello again. So Proposal 4 is directing the utilities to develop a microgrid pilot project. Next slide, please, Julian. Thank you. So in summary, under this proposal, we are proposing to require the IOUs to develop an incentive program to fund clean energy community microgrids that support the critical needs of vulnerable populations most likely to be impacted by grid outages. So this includes, but not limited to, 1, developing a program delivery plan, which describe the following elements: program guidelines, project eligibility, scoring criteria, and describing the program implementation process. Also, to establish program criteria eligibility to ensure that the incentives are dispersed accordingly, with the emphasis that I'll go over in the proposal, as well as reviewing project proposals and distributing the incentives to eligible projects. So that's what we're proposing. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So the objectives and goals of this proposal is really to just increase electricity reliability for critical facilities, public facilities, in communities that are at higher risk of electrical outages in the next 5 years, and have a lower historical level of electric reliability. Where our goal is to prioritize serving communities with higher proportions of communities with low income residents, those with access and functional needs, and the electricity dependence. Another goal is to enable communities with lower ability to fund these type of projects, these type of backup generation, to maintain critical community services during the grid outages. And here, how we're defining critical facilities, we're going to refer to the decision 1905-042, and I'm taking a pause here because I recall seeing another question earlier asking how are critical facilities defined. So just wanted to point to this decision of please refer to that decision of what constitutes as a critical facility. Next slide, please. Okay, microgrid pilot project. Continue. So the project criteria, what we are proposing: 1, proportions of low-income residents as measured by the California Alternative Rates for Energy and the FARA program, Family Electric Rate Assistance Program. For the eligibility, we're proposing the top 25 score using the Cal Environment Screen 3.0 criteria. We're also, in the way we're defining access and functional needs is as defined by that decision you see there, D 1905-042. Another project criteria is proportions of customers on medical baseline or electricity dependent Medicare patients, should the microgrid, if the microgrid will serve them. So next slide, please. Technology performance criteria. We are proposing that the project must be able to maintain supported loads without interruption during any outage. Next, we are proposing that the project must be able to electrically isolate from the larger grid during an islanded operation. We are proposing that another technology performance criteria to be must be able to seamlessly reconnect with the grid power when the outage is over. Then we also propose that it must be able to support multiple loads and meters. Although backup for a single meter service is not the target, the single meter service may be eligible. Last but not least, eligible technology costs should include generation technology and or storage technology, microgrid controllers, customer outreach, community costs, reconfiguration of electric service equipment on the customer side of the meters and or the utility side of the meter. Next slide, please. As part of this pilot program, we are proposing that by June 1st of 2022, or 6 months after the COD, after the commercial operation date of the last project, CPUC will hire or direct the IOUs to hire a third-party contractor to conduct a cost effectiveness analysis to review the program. This includes an analysis of all the participants' bill savings and avoided costs, to analyze the extent of which the program has supported commercialization, to extent to which the program has supported resiliency. And then afterwards, we'll take a pause and staff will make a recommendation regarding the status of the program for further consideration to continue it or perhaps modifications to it. Next slide, please. So key project elements in the staff proposal, these are some of the options we put forth. The first one is load serving entities. The option one is we're saying the IOUs, PG&E, SDG&E, and SCE will administer this program to all customers within their respective territory. Option two is proposing a competitive process to be used to select a program administrator who will administer the program to all the customers within all the IOU territories. We recommend option two. I'm sorry, option one, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Option one, which is PG&E, SDG&E, and SCE to administer the program. And the rationale being is that we see this proposal as an extension to the IOU's microgrid community engagement efforts and requirements to provide local government microgrid data that were ordered by the by the decision 2006-017 under track 1. Additionally, this program is meant to be a pilot program to provide funding for projects that can meet the commercial operation date of January 31st, 2022. We feel that the IOUs will be able to rapidly implement the program, whereas a competitive solicitation for a third-party administrator will increase the program lead time. So those are the main rationale why we're recommending option one. Microgrid pilots. Next slide, please. And I apologize for the typo previously. Funding options or funding sources. The first option is that the projects will be funded by the ratepayers from the same county the project is located in. The cost recovery accounting treatment for the program incentives will be designed to come directly from that participant's county ratepayers. Option two is proposing that the funding is not limited to any specific region, but instead be allocated to all the distribution customers of that jurisdictional electric utility. Staff recommends option one to avoid the cost shifting from one county to another, so that residents in Southern California aren't paying for, they're not paying for projects in Northern California. So that's our rationale. Next slide, please. All right, project eligibility. The option one put forth here is that the program administrators will develop a scoring prioritization system that demonstrates the eligibility that I just went over in the main summary overview. Priority will be given to the highest scoring proposals. Option two, the funding will be dispersed on a first come, first served basis to the projects that are able to demonstrate their eligibility as listed in overview. I'm sorry, it looks like there's another typo here. Staff, we're actually recommending option 2. I apologize for that. So the reason being is that the program will be on a first come, first served basis to promote a greater number of program participants with projects that are able to meet the commercial operation date by that January 1st, 2022 deadline. We have heard that local government projects often have a greater lead time compared to private partnerships projects due to the factors such as stakeholder planning process and public requests for offers. So the alternate of a scoring prioritization system would increase the overall, we feel that it will increase the overall project timeline and really hinder the ability of these projects to reach a commercial operation date of January 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. All right, project subscription limits. The option 1, we put forth that the program will be paused when the project subscription reaches 15 projects. Option 2, there will not be a limit to the number of projects if the project is able to demonstrate its ability to meet the commercial operation date of January 1st, 2022. It seems like all the recommendation is inverted here. So I think the slides are slightly are off in that sense. And again, just apologies for that. We're actually recommending option 2, not what you see on this slide here. We will make changes to that and re-upload the slides. But so one of the rationale is being that one of the main program elements is to conduct an analysis to review the cost effectiveness analysis and benefits of the program to determine whether or not we should continue the program. We feel that 15 projects will be sufficient to inform the study. Something's off on my end. I'm sorry about that. Option 1. Additionally, we want to encourage potential participants to apply and complete the project early. So hopefully I'm not confusing anyone, but I'll be happy to answer questions, of course, after this. Next slide, please. Utility infrastructure eligibility. So the option 1 here is, in addition to eligible technology costs described above, that I just described, customers within the SCE and SCG&E territory will also have access to a one-time matching fund to offset some portion of the utility infrastructure upgrade costs associated with implementing the islanding functions of the microgrid. The second option is that other than the eligible technology costs described, no utility infrastructure upgrades costs associated with implementing the islanding function of the microgrid will be eligible. So we recommend option 1. In addition to the immediate project costs, special facility costs is also a financial barrier. The rationale, access to a one-time matching fund to offset some portion of the utility infrastructure costs, upgrade costs may help with this. And this is consistent with the current practice. SCE and SCG&E will continue to own and operate all existing and future distribution facilities, service facilities, interconnection facilities, including any upgrades to those facilities necessary to enable the microgrid. Customers within the PG&E territory will not be eligible under this proposal, as the utility infrastructure upgrade incentives are already offered via the PG&E's community microgrids engagement program. And I think that was my last slide. Apologies again. The staff proposal has the correct options, and we'll make sure to correct the slides after this presentation today. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jessica. Let's move to the Q&A portion. Q&A portion for this particular proposal. A reminder to folks that you can raise your hand to ask a verbal question, or you can write your questions through the Q&A. Let's start with questions from the Q&A first. Danny.
Yeah, we have a question here from Christine Bivalaka. will CCAs be able to participate in the pilot programs?
Well, CCAs, is that what you said, Danny? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, there currently the proposal does not have any restrictions to who is able or not unable to participate.
Okay, next question.
A question from Heather Lewis on the eligibility criteria. Can you just elaborate on the pilot project criteria and how they will be used? Is the idea that only projects cited in areas meeting one of the criteria will be eligible for funding?
So as it relates to the project eligibility, so right now, I'm sorry, I'm just referring to my own notes. We put forth all the project eligibility in the staff proposal that we thought were, we feel are important eligibility criteria, but it will be up to the IOUs right now to determine how they would like to develop that scoring prioritization, or as it relates to their delivery plan. So right now, that's not something we clarified in the staff proposal, but it will be further developed as the IOUs develop their delivery plan and kind of flesh out kind of the more details. So again, the eligibility criteria listed is ones that we feel are important, but we're not creating any sort of scoring prioritization.
Just to jump on this, Forrest, just to add a little bit on to the end of that, if you have thoughts about how you think they should be fleshed out, what specific guidelines you think should be included or how they should be defined, we would welcome those types of comments. We referred to, utilities. I think that's one of the questions before us is who does implement it. So just to be clear, comments on each of the recommendations we've made here are encouraged and welcome in response to the ruling that Judge Rizzo issued on July 23rd. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Forrest. We'll take one more question from the written Q&A, and then we'll move to those with raised hands.
There are a number of questions about critical facilities. I don't know how much we'll want to answer, but do they include hospitals and clinics? Sounds like, according to this question from Christine Novalaka, there may be some disagreement on what facilities are essential to the public safety within the decision 1905-042. And there's a question of whether critical facilities is the same or used synonymously with critical customers. So I'm sort of bunching those together.
Oh, was about the definition of care. I think commission staff recognizes that there may be a variety of definitions that have appeared in different proceedings, such as SGIP, or whether in de-energization, or in the original PSPS decision. So clearly coordination of the appropriate definitions is something that we're cognizant of. The exact solution to how that's going to be accomplished, I may not personally know, but I think we have awareness that there might be distinctions that need to be drawn amongst various definitions from different proceedings.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Joyce, for the clarifications. We're now going to turn it over to the folks with raised hands for a few verbal Q&As. Ali Ditrio, looks like you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Hi, Ali Ditrio with the Microgrid Resources Coalition. A few questions. One, when you talk about community microgrids here, are we talking about exempting microgrids from the over the fence rules and crossing streets when you say community microgrids? Two, do you think it really facilitates commercialization to continue relying on pilots when we've done enough pilots in the CEC programs and we're really ready to go in terms of these technologies? Three, I think that there's a lot of confusion between the different IOUs and what they are and aren't doing, like PG&E's Community Microgrid Enablement Program versus what this does and what PG&E customers would be eligible for. And finally, I think that back to the tariff piece, if you're looking to do, 15 projects at $15 million each, that's a lot of money that you could spend really developing a robust tariff so that a lot more customers could participate. And I think that a lot of these proposals that, trying to not do cost shifting between counties, like how do you envision that actually working? And especially when counties are of so many different sizes, like how do you envision any of this working?
Okay, there were a couple questions and then some comments in there. Ali, I'm trying to go back to what the questions were. I think you're raising good questions about how feasible is it to do a county-based cost accounting? I think that's a very reasonable question, and invite your thoughts on whether that's a insurmountable challenge. If any of you think it's a surmountable challenge and have specific thoughts about that, again, all these things we'd love to see in writing in response to the questions in the ruling. But there was some other questions in there at the beginning that I'm sorry, I lost track of what the specific question was.
So are you allowing community microgrids here that cross streets? One.
Okay. Yeah, let's stop. Let's just hold on. Let's pause. My brain's only so big. I can take one at a time. So we're not proposing any changes to any laws or rules here. So to the extent that it's something that crosses a street, then per current statute, which is we all know is in PUC 218, then that would have to be a utility project if it was going to move forward. So this is inclusive. We're trying to say everything's kind of on the table for these. So if there's a project that is going to serve and serve multiple parcels or across the street, then the configuration of that project is going to be one where the utility would own infrastructure. But we're not saying that's the only type of project that can be developed here. It could be other types of projects. And so we just wanted to be open to different ideas in that way. But we haven't proposed changing any laws, which would be out of our jurisdiction to change, or any changes to rules as a part of this specific proposal.
So do you think that this is a better option for not allowing cost shifting than creating a tariff that all customers could take service under?
Well, we have done our best to propose a variety of options that we think we can sort out in time to be responsive to the statutory deadline here. And as I've said before, we've got definitely an understanding of there being a lot more to do and the statute being a floor and not a ceiling. So we would love to engage on all the different options that are out there over time through a working group process or whatever form of engagement we can develop collectively to be constructive and work on these issues. We're happy to do that. But these are the proposals that we have put forth, and we welcome your feedback and your comments on them.
Great. Thank you, Forrest, for those clarifications. We'll move on down the list to Tam Hunt. Tam, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Tam Hunt, GPI. Just to echo some comments that Julia and Ali have both made also about the nature of pilot projects at this time and their wisdom or lack thereof. GPI definitely agrees that we are hopefully beyond the pilot phase of microgrid deployment, and we would prefer to see a tariff program rather than a pilot subsidy program. Looking at 15 projects in the next few years under this pilot program seems to be far less than demanded by the context we're in right now. And I think, as Ali has alluded to, the money required to do that pilot program, along with PG&E's money also, could be better spent on a tariff program. And in terms of the comments by staff about cost shifting and the statute's prohibition against cost shifting, the general criteria for tariff programs is to provide just and reasonable compensation that isn't itself a subsidy. It basically is value for value. So any compensation sent to the or power sent to the grid that's not taken up by customers on site or on the campus of the microgrid would be compensated according to general practices under either avoided cost or whatever methodology the commission would choose to use. That would not itself be a subsidy, but would be a payment for appropriate value under various criteria. So certainly we'll put all this in our written comments, but again, urge the staff to consider, whether we're at a point that pilots are appropriate or not, and whether a tariff program is more appropriate than a pilot program. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tam. And we do encourage folks to put these perspectives into their comments. Next verbal question is from Barbara Barkovich. Barbara, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I have several points, but I will make them brief in the interest of time. One is, I think utility billing systems will be challenged to accommodate billing on a county basis. Two, if you're talking about focusing these on the most economically disadvantaged counties, asking them to pick up the cost is going to be problematic. Just think about that. I'll put this in writing, but they're going to be the ones who are going to be really struggling the most to pay for their utility bills, and to ask them to pay for a microgrid that's going to serve a small part of that county may be burdensome to them. The last point is, I appreciate your discussion of pilots for Edison and San Diego, but I'm a bit concerned because of the fact that the PG&E CMEP criteria haven't been developed yet, that we don't know what they're going to be. And I should add, in case people are wondering who I'm representing here, I'm actually representing myself as a citizen of the county of Mendocino. We're working on a microgrid project for Fort Bragg as private citizens. So I just think that you should take all those things into account, and we will put that in writing.
Thank you, Barbara. We appreciate the comment, and we look forward to reading that comment within the context of our proceeding. Our next verbal question is Stephen Shoemaker. Stephen, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Great. This is Stephen Shoemaker from the Public Advocate's Office. Thank you for all the work you've done on the proposal thus far. And I have a couple basic questions. The first one might be a dumb question, but I want to clarify. It's 15 projects total or 15 per IOU? And the second question is just a little more detail on the 15 million and how that number was arrived at relative, for example, to other grants that were given by the CEC for microgrid research and development. Now, those I think usually in the 3 to 5 million. So just additional detail on that reasoning would be really helpful. Thanks.
So this is Jessica. I can answer the first one and second one. So it's 15 projects total. And then the second part of that question was how that we arrive at the 15 number. So I don't have on top of my head comparisons to the other projects and how much those were funded. But if you have recommendations, or if you would like to point the other comparisons to us in your comments, reply comments, or have suggestions, we would love, definitely interested to hear more if you come to a different number or a different conclusion for that.
Yeah, I'll add in that some of the grants didn't necessarily cover like that. This is Forrest, and just adding on that some of the grants that you may be referring to in terms of EPIC grants to support individual microgrids don't necessarily, as I know you're well aware, don't necessarily cover the full cost of the microgrid. So there are often cost sharing components to that. And we had an interest in trying to, make sure we are able to support potentially newer and larger types of microgrids through this program. So that was one reason why the number might look a little higher. Those are two reasons, I guess, why the number might look a little higher than what you see in terms of a nominal amount coming from EPIC to a particular microgrid project.
And one last note on that, within the objective and goals section, we also want to enable communities that just doesn't have the ability to fund these programs, whether it's cost shift or whether it's applying for these grants. So that may be another reason why this number is higher than what you have seen in other programs.
Great, thank you, Jessica and Forrest. We will turn to the written Q&A for a few questions. Just a reminder to folks, if you've raised your hand to ask a verbal question and you've had your question answered, please lower your hand. So we'll move on to written questions. Danny?
Yeah, there's a question here from Mark Hutton at the Public Advocate's Office. What is the expected ratepayer impact of funding the proposed pilot program? And what is the cumulative ratepayer impact of funding microgrid pilot programs?
So it's not clear what the question is referring to. I mean, I think the numbers are all laid out there in the proposal in terms of dollar amounts and quantity. So I think, that seems, I'm not sure what the, if you're talking about the cost treatment, if some portion would be ratepayer funded and some portion wouldn't be, if you're implying that, I just would need a little bit more clarity on what your specific question is.
Okay, next question.
I think the next question is from Jeff Morris. Would you discuss if this proposal area is within the scope and object of SB 1339 for third-party owned microgrids? Is there a part of the process to entertain private sector solutions compared to ratepayer owned?
This is Forrest, I can jump in. Yeah, so I think if you look at the, one thing we tried to do is, at the beginning of each proposal, there's a table where we tried to list the attributes of the types of microgrids that are sort of the focus or the target for that proposal. And you can see in the table there, table 4, that there's a lot of all types listed there in the attributes. And the reason is that we really did want to be open-minded about the types of projects that this proposal and this program would support. I think the initial thinking, you see the word community, and I had said that we avoid that word. I think we generally do. I think that was the initial sort of inspiration and consideration here was how do we fund some community projects. But I think we're leaving it open-ended. So if there's something that involves a third-party owned microgrid that fits within existing statutory constraints, then that would certainly be considered, particularly one that met all the project criteria and the community criteria that really would meet the sort of overall social objectives we're trying to achieve here. So yeah, I think there definitely, there definitely is an opportunity for third-party owned microgrids under this program.
Great, thank you, Forrest. Danny, next question.
There's a question from Woody Hastings. In what ways are the pilots designed to advance commercialization of microgrids?
So the expectation is that the funding would drive additional commercial activity within the microgrid sector. So you'd have essentially people buying microgrids through the program. And so the more commercial activity, we see that as being something that is facilitating and supporting vendors of individual components as well as vendors of overall solutions.
Great. Next question from the written.
There's a number of questions on the pilot program nature. So looking at the East Coast, there are non-pilot microgrids, and will a pilot program delay deployment of microgrids for 2021 fire season? And does this relate to broader commercialization, I think?
Yeah, no, I do appreciate all these questions about pilots. And I think part of the problem comes from something that came up in the original concepts discussion that Jessica went through, where, what type of microgrids are out there in the East Coast? What are the specific types of microgrids? What are the attributes of that microgrid? What are the attributes of microgrids here? I mean, I think, we have the SCHIP program and we have NEM. And so we have, arguably we have a lot of microgrids out there already. And so arguably those ones are already commercialized. And, what are we doing here with SB 1339? So I think that's one of the challenges is just, let's be specific about what type of microgrid we're talking about. And, I think in general, pilots are ways to make sure we're, doing the right thing and we're meeting all the requirements of the statute and the microgrids are having the intended outcome that are expected of them before committing more ratepayer funding, if any ratepayer funding is involved, depending on the proposal we're talking about. So I think it's a pretty common approach. You see similar themes in other proposals where, how do we make sure we have some guardrails and we're protecting ratepayers as we go into this new area of microgrids.
Great, fantastic. Thank you, Forrest. We still have a few more raised hands for verbal questions, so I'd like to dive into those now. Julia Levin, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, my hand was actually still up from earlier, but I would like to follow up on this question of pilot projects versus wider scale deployment. I understand what staff is saying about wanting to make sure, there's cost containment or, proving customer benefits, but it seems like in a situation like this, where SB 1339 was really clear about wanting wide scale deployment, and it never uses the term pilot projects, it really feels like the commission staff is substituting its own judgment and priorities over the legislature's very clear direction to adopt a wide scale program, which is, commercialization is just not the same as a pilot program. So I think there's a fundamental difference between what the commission staff is proposing in most of these areas and what the clear direction of the legislation is. And I know you're hearing this from a bunch of stakeholders, but I really encourage the commission to go back and follow the direction of the legislature. It's just not appropriate for staff to substitute its judgment in place of clear legislative direction, which was for full commercialization, not pilot programs. Those are just not the same. There's a way to assess costs and monitor the program as it goes along. You could have, various points at which review is required, which is what the commission adopted with the Biomat program. But to limit the scale for potentially the next several years in the face of the disasters California is facing during public safety power shutoffs and other grid disruptions just really seems contrary to the clear language of the statute.
Thank you for that comment, Julia. We as always appreciate these kind of comments being provided in written form in response to the questions posed in the ruling by Judge Rizzo. So we would appreciate appreciate seeing those and reading those there. Our next question, verbal question on the list, comes from Thomas Marhart. Thomas, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon again. Thomas Marhart, Western Energy Systems on GE Enbacher. I'll echo a lot of what Julia said, and you know, the same advice I give to a lot of our developer partners is the same advice I'd give to our team here to try to find the simplest path to widely deploying these, you know, critical, you know, energy response technologies, emergency response technologies, and that's you either follow the KISS rule or you're subject to Murphy's Law, right? And I think that the simplest way to get this done is, you know, you get rid of those departing loads and standby fees, and every project's gonna, you know, either make their numbers and their efficiency and their cost effectiveness to those communities or not based on their own merits. And that way you don't put yourself in the position of being perceived as picking winners or losers by awarding grants or having to worry about all the oversight requirements that go with having a limited pilot grant-based program. Wider scale deployment, it gets a lot easier when you're actually releasing or removing barriers, and a tariff-based departing load standby fee exempt based approach is going to be your quickest path to that. I mean, that's something that we've been trying to, you know, see for many, many years. And you will get the widest deployment, the fastest deployment of technologies by doing simply that. And thank you once again for the opportunity to share our thoughts on this.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that again. Again, these are comments we would absolutely appreciate in writing as a part of the record to this proceeding. I have one more verbal question from Kelly Smith. Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. Kelly Smith, a consultant to Assembly Utilities and Energy Committee. I actually worked on 1339 when it went through the legislature, and so I found a few of the statements and a few things in the staff proposal curious. And I just want to, the main point of my question is an issue of cost shifting, because I hear several comments about funding different things, but the bill says 3 different times, no cost shifting. And I want to impress upon that, given the tremendous costs that are going to befall ratepayers in the next few years for wildfire safety. I heard Ed Randolph suggest 7% a year increase just for safety, per $1 billion spent. And so we have to be cautious. And along the line of caution, the use of the facilitating access to electricity during PSPS is very critical, especially for critical infrastructure, certain customers, et cetera. But the PSPS events are going to be are moving targets. They are going to be significantly reduced in scope, duration, and time for as the next few years. So shouldn't we be cautious about permanent solutions for what could be a very temporary event? The other thing is that the bill didn't say that it was up to the PUC to completely implement and ensure that there was a microgrid everywhere, or it said facilitate communication, commercialization, facilitate. And I see that as removing barriers, which is the other thing that was stated in the statute. Customers should absolutely have the choice of this, but we have to be cautious, and you do have a very difficult balancing act to achieve. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Thank you for your comment. Forrest?
Yeah, sorry, I was just gonna, Kelly said a lot of the things that I was actually thinking about saying, and you know, just for those of, for you know, for a previous comment from Julia and others, you know, I hope that gives some perspective to kind of what staff is trying to balance and interpreting the language of the statute and the different objectives that the CPUC is you know, is really trusted to to do as an agency, and the protections it's trusted to establish for ratepayers. So it's, you know, it may seem very clear to you. There's there are different interpretations. There are a lot of different constraints that we're responding to and facing. So appreciate Kelly your input and feedback as someone who was directly involved in the drafting of the legislation.
Great, thank you, Forrest. Unfortunately, in keeping to schedule, we do need to move on. We have a 15-minute stretch break programmed. That would be good for now. Again, remember we do have the additional Q&A starting at 3:45 as currently scheduled, and if you could hold on to your questions on the preceding proposals until then, that would be appreciated. Also, for folks who are on or who have raised their hands to ask questions, please go ahead and lower them until the appropriate time to ask those questions. So for right now, we will be having a 15-minute stretch break, and I will see everybody back here at 2:45. Thank you. Hi there again, everyone. It's about 2:43. We'll be starting up in just a couple of minutes. Wanted to give everyone a heads up. Thanks. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's about 2:45, so that means it is about time for us to move on to proposal number 5. Proposal number 5 will be presented by Pat Saxton on our team, and I am going to turn the floor over to him. Pat, all yours.
All right, thank you, Julian. As noted, my name is Patrick Saxton, and I'm a senior utilities engineer on the Resiliency and Microgrids team. I'll be presenting Proposal 5, which reads direct utilities to conduct pilot studies of low-cost, reliable electrical isolation methods. Next slide, please. As a brief background, electrical isolation from the macrogrid or utility grid is a necessary condition to prevent backfeed when providing backup power to customer loads. We have electrical isolation present. It allows the formation of an intentional island. And 2 examples of equipment which can provide this isolation are a transfer switch or an island-capable smart inverter. Some microgrids projects and backup power projects have expressed that the upfront costs of isolation equipment and the installation costs of that equipment, and then costs necessary to reconfigure existing electrical equipment to accommodate the isolation devices may be a cost barrier. And then as a reminder, most behind-the-meter PV systems in California are not able to provide power during grid outages because they are not capable of an intentional island. Next slide, please. Due to PSPS events, there's an increased interest in using electric vehicles to provide backup power to buildings and homes. And in track 1 of this microgrids proceedings, staff considered but did not recommend a proposal that would have allowed use of the smart meter to be a part of an electrical isolation device. This proposal did receive support from multiple parties and was recommended for a pilot scale assessment by PG&E. And in the Commission's Track 1 decision, it was determined that further attention to this approach was warranted. Next slide, please. Proposal 5 would require the IOUs to develop a pilot program to evaluate low-cost methods of providing electrical isolation for backup power applications. This would focus on the evaluation of safety and reliability of these technologies and proposing solutions for any implementation and deployment issues that were discovered during the pilot. The utilities would be required to develop program guidelines, project eligibility and scoring criterion, and a program implementation process. The intent would be to reduce the cost of electrical isolation for just a single customer premise. Next slide, please. The utilities would be required to establish the criterion for evaluation of safety and reliability, and also to establish technical and performance specifications that would allow these technologies to be installed and operated outside of the pilot. Utilities would also need to make recommendations for any changes or variances to their electrical service rules, which would allow for approval for usage of technologies evaluated in this pilot. Next slide, please. So the goals and objectives of the pilot would be to determine the feasibility of these lower cost methods to isolation, and if they were able to safely and reliably provide isolation at a single customer's premise, with the intent to reduce the cost of providing that isolation in order to allow intentional islanding, which would facilitate the provision of backup power during grid outages. Next slide, please. Performance criteria for technologies that would be evaluated in this pilot are that it be low cost relative to an island-capable inverter or a transfer switch, which would include avoided labor for installation costs or reconfiguration of existing electrical equipment. Evaluated technologies would need to meet all necessary safety requirements, including the ability to obtain underwriters' laboratory listings when applicable. And further, any pre-deployment safety testing or acceptance criteria established and identified by the IOUs would be required. Next slide, please. The funding for the pilot program was proposed to be a maximum of $1 million per IOU of actual incurred costs. And it would be funded by ratepayers in the residential and small commercial customer classes, because these are the customer classes who would be most likely to be able to utilize these lower cost isolation approaches. Next slide, please. Proposal option 1 would direct the utilities to focus the pilot on technologies that use the integral remote disconnect switch in smart meters as part of the equipment to provide isolation at a single premise. The approach would not allow the customer's backup equipment to ever be in parallel with the macrogrid, and therefore wouldn't require interconnection approval under Rule 21. When this remote disconnect switch is open, the customer service entrance equipment and all of the downstream equipment would be isolated from the macrogrid, and backfeed would not be possible. Next slide, please. Because interconnection approval and agreement would not, an approved interconnection agreement would not be necessary, it would give the end customer additional degrees of freedom to provide and configure their backup power resources. One limitation of this approach would be that the backup power sources would only be able to provide electricity to the customer's loads during macrogrid outages, rather than a more traditional approach where the end customer could choose when to utilize those backup resources. Next slide, please. Technologies evaluated under option 1 would have several additional performance criteria. They would need to be designed in a way that a need for interconnection approval is avoided in order to further reduce complexity and cost of projects. And they would only allow electrical continuity between the customer's backup power devices and the customer's electrical service during a macrogrid outage. So they would not allow this electrical continuity to occur when there's utility power present on the line side of the smart meter. So an example would be if the customer opened the main breaker on their service and utility power was still present, this device would not connect the backup power devices and to the customer's electrical service. And then finally, upon restoration of power from the macrogrid, technology under option 1 would have to break that electrical continuity between backup power devices and the customer's electrical service. Next slide, please. The justification for option 1 would primarily be that it is a lower cost means of isolation, which would reduce the cost of a basic resiliency project that would be for use during outages, primarily targeted at reducing the impacts of public safety power shutoff events. It avoids the interconnection requirement by eliminating the ability for connecting the customer's backup equipment in parallel with the macrogrid, which further reduces cost and complexity. And it potentially enables a pathway for existing non-islandable PV systems to provide resiliency when they're combined with a grid-forming source, which could be energy storage systems and perhaps even EVs. Next slide, please. Under option 2 of the proposal, utilities would be directed to develop a pilot that includes everything in option 1 and also additional approaches to disconnecting single premises entire electrical service. This would facilitate the ability to provide whole premise backup power and would substantially reduce or even eliminate costs related to reconfiguring existing electrical equipment. Generally, this approach would require interconnection approval under Rule 21 because it would allow the customer's backup equipment to be connected in parallel with the macrogrid, and it may rely on a combination of equipment acting together to ensure that only intentional islanding is allowed and that backfeed is prevented. Next slide, please. The justification for option 2 is that it's inclusive of option 1 while also expanding the pilot to additional approaches which don't rely on the remote disconnect switch in a smart meter, that it can reduce the installation cost of backup power systems when additional generation is present behind the meter, and that it could reduce the installation costs of adding battery storage to existing PV systems. Next slide, please. Staff recommends option 2 because it does include a broader set of technology options in the pilot, because it increases flexibility for end customers to provide their own sources and configure them for backup power, and because it can reduce the cost of incorporating battery energy storage systems with both new and existing PV systems. At this point, we will open for questions on Proposal 5.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Pat, for presenting that. Let's open it up to written Q&A first. So Danny, go ahead.
There aren't any written Q&A questions right now.
Oh, excellent. I see a couple of raised hands on the list, so we will go to these next. First up is Thomas Marhart. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to just underscore that there's a lot of cost-effective ways to connect to the grid already that are already imposed by the utilities, like the, they typically impose like a SCADA recloser on a lot of things. They have real-time telemetry, so dealing with safety and communications on their side is not much of an issue. There was some language in, I think, this part of it, of the presentation that indicated that there needs to be some sort of seamless transfer between the grid and microgrid or island mode, and not all facilities need to be seamless. There's a lot of production facilities, food processing, and even hospitality that they can handle 5 to 10 minutes of terror, so to speak, switching back and forth between being connected to the grid and being in island mode. And we shouldn't have any limits on customers that don't need huge battery storage to cushion that transition, or $1 million flywheel involved to have a blipless transition between grid connected and grid independent modes. I think, again, you know, in the spirit of SB 1339, we should be doing things that make the deployment of these technologies easier with fewer hurdles involved. And, you know, again, if you're making this thing a tariff-based pay-as-you-go approach, most of these things will deploy more quickly on their own merits without having to pigeonhole or analyze them too much. And you're going to get closer to a faster deployment of these technologies, you know, when we basically have another 10 years of forest fires to look forward to, among other things, to prepare. We need to be able to prepare quickly, and we need to simplify this process and able to do that. So I would encourage you to make sure there's not as many barriers to deploying these microgrids, you know, and that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. This proposal is meant to be in addition to the existing, I'll call them compliance pathways that you've identified, not to change those existing pathways or to layer additional requirements on top of them. So they would most likely be primarily solutions for residential customers, perhaps very small commercial customers, and they are meant to be simplifying.
Great, thank you for the clarification, Pat. And just a couple of clarifications for folks who are asking questions through the Q&A. One, for verbal Q&A, please remember to state your name and your organization at the beginning of your comment. And second, we do intend these Q&A sessions to be time for parties to ask clarifying questions, such that they can better craft their comments on the ruling. So while we do appreciate those comments, we would like to see them in written form and leave this Q&A time for clarifying questions that will better help folks understand the proposals and thereby write their comments. So with that, I believe we have one more raised hand on this list. Julia Levin, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have not been able to lower my hand. I actually would be happy to. I wasn't intending to make a comment or question on this.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your honesty. Okay, in that case, we will turn it back over to the written Q&A. Danny, are there any have there been any questions come in?
Just one more question from Abby Logtip. How do pilots give market certainty?
Well, Abby, I'm going to answer that question just in context of Proposal 5. I don't think that the proposed pilot would give market certainty. It would be intended to evaluate technologies which are not currently commercially available. And so it would hopefully define a pathway to deployment in projects for those technologies, and it would at least facilitate a market for them, but the pilot wouldn't be designed to guarantee market certainty, just to ensure an available market.
Great, thank you, Pat. And was there another question came in on the written?
Yeah, we have a question from John Wilson. Can you explain how existing PV would qualify under option 1? Doesn't PV operate in parallel to the grid?
Yes, it does operate in parallel to the grid. Under option 1, when during a grid outage and the remote disconnect in the smart meters open, and therefore the customer's entire electric service is isolated, that PV system will in fact not operate and will not generate electricity. But if the customer added in a grid forming source, which could be batteries or an EV, that would provide the AC signal that inverter, that grid interactive inverter requires for operation. And so this would now act like a very tiny little AC power system that inverter thinks is a signal that allows the PV system to operate just behind that isolated service.
Fantastic. It looked like there was one more question that popped up.
Yeah, a question from Chris Morris. I would think that we'd like to not only allow for connect and disconnect via smart meter, but also sharing in real time the net load of the house to allow for avoiding main panel upgrades.
So this proposal did not necessarily consider the collection of any data related to loading, and with the intent of the proposal to, I suspect this question means collect data during normal operating conditions. That was definitely out of scope of the proposal. And then obviously when it's in disconnected mode, it wouldn't, the smart meter wouldn't be collecting any load data. If that's something that you feel strongly should be added to the scope of the proposal, please do include that in your written comments.
Great. I'm not seeing any raised hands on my part. Danny, were there any more questions on this proposal, or can we move on?
No questions right now.
Great, fantastic. Then we will, about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, move on to the secondary proposals. Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, now I'll present staff's secondary proposals related to Public Utilities Code Section 8371. Next slide, please. The PUC Section 8371A requires the CPUC to develop microgrid service standards necessary to meet state and local permitting requirements. The CPUC fulfilled these requirements in its Track 1 decision by ordering the IOUs to develop template single-line diagrams for the interconnection application process. At this point, IOUs have submitted their Tier 1 advice letters on those template single-line diagrams, and they are currently being reviewed by Energy Division staff. Local jurisdictions may incorporate these templates along with additional required information and wrap them into their local permitting processes. Next slide, please. Additional actions that will be considered in Track 2, if appropriate, or Track 3, will be to leverage the energy storage guidebook that is being developed by the California Energy Commission for microgrids containing storage resources, to conduct a permitting gap analysis for both behind the meter and in front of meter microgrids, to require IOUs to develop a best practices safety guide for battery energy storage systems. Next slide, please. To potentially expand CPUC oversight to include safety compliance for IOU owned or procured battery energy storage systems. To consider a new rulemaking on General Order 131D to clarify the treatment of distributed energy resources, and to consider recommending to the Office of Planning and Research Development, or excuse me, of Planning and Research, to standardize zoning ordinances and streamline the California Environmental Quality Act for utility scale in front of meter microgrids. Next slide, please. Public Utilities Code Section 8371C requires the CPUC to develop guidelines that determine what impact studies are required for microgrids to connect to the electrical corporation grid. So there's 3 existing interconnection tariffs. Rule 21 is a CPUC jurisdictional tariff that's implemented by the IOUs, and it applies to projects that are interconnected to the distribution grid, such as net energy metering projects, qualifying facilities that sell all of their generation to IOUs under the Public Utilities Regulatory Policies Act, and also projects that do not export to the grid. The wholesale distribution tariff, or wholesale distribution access tariff, is a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission jurisdictional tariff that's implemented by the IOUs for projects that are interconnected to the distribution grid and sell all of their generation to the California Independent System Operator wholesale market. And then the California Independent System Operator tariff is FERC jurisdictional and implemented by the California ISO for projects that are interconnected to the transmission grid and that sell all of their generation to either the California ISO wholesale market or to an IOU. Next slide, please. Each of these three interconnection tariffs has a fast track and a detailed study process. The detailed study process includes power flow, short circuit, and stability analyses. And the purpose of these analyses is to maintain grid safety and reliability by identifying any necessary upgrades to prevent thermal overloads and out-of-range voltages, and to address short circuit, stability, and reliability issues that may arise from the interconnection of equipment to the grid. Next slide, please. Did we miss a slide? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Julian. Next slide, I'm sorry. The option 1 proposal is for this proceeding to act in a support role in the development of Rule 21 improvements that apply to microgrids. And this is because the Commission's interconnection rulemaking 17-07007 is the primary venue for making significant modifications to Rule 21. Proposal option 2 is to create a work plan to identify and consider attributes of microgrids that may not adequately be addressed by Rule 21 requirements, such as the inclusion of minimum technical specifications and performance requirements for microgrid controllers. Next slide, please. And then option 3 is for the CPUC staff to coordinate with the IOUs and the California ISO to ensure microgrids are adequately addressed by the other interconnection tariffs. And this is because the CPUC does not have jurisdiction over these tariffs, but of course can work with the IOUs and the ISO to address microgrid issues. Next slide, please. The staff recommends all three options, 1, 2, and 3, in order to maintain consistency and technology neutrality by including microgrid issues in existing venues. Staff believes that no additional categories of interconnection studies are necessary. And I should have noted that the existing categories of interconnection study are, in fact, would remain required and necessary, but that the existing processes are generally sufficient for behind-the-meter microgrids. However, for in front of the meter microgrids, the existing study processes would need to be augmented to account for the different operating conditions during normal grid-connected mode and island modes. Next slide, please. Public Utilities Code Section 8371E requires the CPUC to form a working group to codify standards and protocols needed to meet California Electrical Corporation and Independent System Operator microgrid requirements. The staff is not aware of any specific microgrid-only requirements from either the IOUs or the California ISO. Staff proposes to establish a microgrids working group to further explore issues related to microgrids. And that working group would first develop a draft charter and convene a kickoff meeting, and then develop schedules and milestones for addressing each identified microgrid issue. Next slide, please. The staff proposal includes 3 options for facilitation of this working group. The first would be to direct the utilities to hire a third-party facilitator. The second would be for Energy Division staff to facilitate the working group. And the third would be for the CPUC to direct stakeholders to convene their own working group. Staff recommends starting with option 2, having Energy Division staff facilitate the working group, and remains open to other options if they become appropriate. Next slide, please. PUC section 8371F requires the CPUC to develop a standard for direct current metering in the Commission's Electric Rule 21 to streamline the interconnection process and lower interconnection costs for direct current microgrid applications. The primary use case for DC metering was previously to ensure net energy metering integrity for DC coupled storage. In the Commission's decision 19-01-030, it approved use of certified power control based options for PV plus storage for providing this insurance of NEM integrity, and thus defined a path for DC coupled storage for these types of systems. And in decision 19-03013, the Commission ordered the IOUs to support the development of direct current metering standards by participating in the Emerge Alliance initiative or an equivalent as utility resources allow. Next slide, please. Option 1 in the staff proposal would recommend approval of power control-based options for all net energy metering eligible inverter-based generators for purposes of ensuring net energy metering integrity. And this is because the power control-based option is implemented in the inverter's firmware and should be equally functional and reliable for all inverter-based generation technologies, not just photovoltaics. Next slide, please. Proposal option 2 would require the IOUs to report on DC metering standards development activities and would determine if CPUC or IOU staff should actively participate in existing standards development processes for revenue grade DC metering. The value of option 2 would be that revenue grade DC metering standards could result in lower cost metering, which would enable further utilization of DC generation, DC coupled resources and DC loads in microgrids. Staff recommends both options 1 and 2. Option 1 would provide for additional approaches for using DC coupled storage in an interconnection agreement, and it may expand which generation technologies could use that power control based approach. And then option 2 would continue the effort to identify and define an appropriate DC metering standard for Rule 21. And we could now move to questions related to PUC section 8371.
Great, thank you, Pat, for the presentation on that. So we will start first. I have one raised hand here, and then we can move on to the written questions. Just a reminder to folks asking questions. For verbal questions, please state your name and your organization at the beginning of your question. For those in the chat, please type it out. And then also, again, we'd like to use this time for clarifying questions rather than comments. So with that, Tam Hunt, go ahead.
Yeah, Tam Hunt, GPI. A few comments on the interconnection components of this proposal. First, it's important to recognize that the Rule 21 proceeding is about 2 years behind schedule currently. So it would require some heavy lifting to prioritize microgrid issues in that proceeding. So we would not recommend that option one be the focus. If anything, it should be this proceeding that takes the lead as feasible on interconnection changes required to incentivize microgrids. I'd also like to remind the Commission and stakeholders that in the initial workshops in this proceeding, there was pretty much unanimity on the biggest hurdle to microgrid deployment, and that was interconnection issues. And so I was surprised to read and hear just now that the staff is looking at only augmenting interconnection processes for microgrids. It needs a wholesale revision. This has been a long-standing, massive hurdle to microgrids and all DR deployment in California, despite clear direction from the Commission at the highest levels to dramatically streamline interconnection across the board. It hasn't happened. It's still at best 6 to 9 months fast track under Rule 21, also WDAT. That's not anywhere near fast enough for the needs we have facing us today. So we definitely urge again the staff to reconsider prior stakeholder comments and really think more deeply about what it can do in this track and in the future, not too far in the future, to really revamp and dramatically streamline interconnection in a way that's been called for now for years. Thank you.
Thanks, Tam. The more specifically you can identify your individual concerns with interconnection of microgrids and perhaps even propose your concept for a solution in your written comments would be very helpful.
Great. In the verbal Q&A, we'll move on to Jeff Morris. Jeff, go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you. Just looking for some further thought, Patrick, on the congruence between a lot of different areas coming together here. And where I'm going with this question is that on the interconnection groups, I guess where's the discussion at in your mind on a retail rate tariff for microgrids and the work coming over from the CEC on the load following appliance tariff, which is very similar. It seems like we have a lot of drawers we've stuck this activity into in the past. And I'm just wondering if those drawers are appropriate for where we're going and as opposed to where we're at today with the current regulatory scheme. And so just to bring this together, it seems like we want to treat microgrids like part of all the other DERs that cause problems when they show up organically on the distribution system, whereas microgrids are the solution that organizes those to actually give the utility load flexibility in a lot of cases. And how are we going to measure that in the interconnection? I guess if you could just kind of speak to any thought the staff had around those other values besides, just measuring basically, backfeeding capacity. I'll wrap with that.
Yeah, I will take a shot at partially answering your question, and then if anyone else from my team would like to supplement my answer, that would be great. I personally look at the interconnection requirements as the minimum technical criteria that allow that equipment, whether it be a full microgrid, a standalone PV system, whatever it is that wants to interconnect with the grid, those interconnection tariffs are really focused on the technical performance requirements and the minimum capabilities of that equipment, sometimes with some operating criteria thrown in there as well, say about voltage levels and frequency levels. I think the types of tariffs that define compensation or determine valuation of services would definitely happen outside of the interconnection tariffs. I'm not certain where those would be or what the most appropriate venue for them would be, though.
Yeah, I'll jump in and just acknowledge the difficulty of the question you're asking. We alluded to it earlier in a previous exchange, and we tried to document that a little bit in the concept paper where, we have tariffs coming in IDER. You mentioned at the CEC, the load management policy. So not only across different sections within CPUC, but also different agencies. It's a challenge, and we're aware of that challenge, and we do our best to try to establish connections across staff to make sure we're monitoring those developments and tracking them and thinking through with the the leadership within Energy Division, also the relevant ALJs for those proceedings, administrative law judges, and assigned commissioners to determine what is the appropriate venue for which type of policy issue. You're absolutely right. There's just a lot of overlap. It's very hard to sort out. I mean, a lot of our staff conversations are geared around wrestling with those same kind of questions. So, it's a germane question, and we're eager to find the right pathway to develop microgrid specific policies here in this proceeding, while deferring to things that aren't microgrid specific in other proceedings. But I appreciate the question and the challenge there.
Great, thank you, Forrest. We'll continue on with our verbal Q&A. Julia Levin, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. Forrest, thank you for that answer, and I wanted to follow up on it, and also Tam's comment, which I really echo. Tam and I and others have been working on the interconnection Rule 21 anti-islanding working group recently, and this issue came up in that working group because we made the suggestion that efforts to prevent unintended islands should not also prevent intended islands, and there needs to be more coordination between technologies and policies. And the utilities pushed back hard on that and said we have to address that concern in the microgrid proceeding. But I think these comments are sort of underscoring there needs to be a lot of overlap between these proceedings, and even if in the microgrid proceeding you can't decide what the ultimate result should be, I don't think anything stops the commission from making recommendations in this proceeding that would then be taken up in the interconnection proceeding. So I do think that that's really, really important. And on this specific proposal, I would really encourage the staff to go beyond electric vehicles and consider projects that use synchronous generators and the whole variety. One of our biggest concerns about the staff proposal overall is there isn't enough or really much of any emphasis on creating diverse technology portfolios, which is really what we need for reliable, longer duration microgrids. So I do encourage the staff to include recommendations on interconnection, and I know Tam can make recommendations there, Bioenergy Association, others will as well, but also in this proposal in particular to look beyond just electric vehicles and limited technologies and really think about the whole panoply of beneficial technologies for microgrids. They all need help with interconnection.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that comment, Julia. And again, we would definitely like to see that in our written comments for consideration as we continue with track 2 of this proceeding. We had another verbal question, this time from Ali Ditrio. Ali, go ahead.
Hi, thanks everybody. This is Ali Ditrio with the Microgrid Resources Coalition. A couple things. One, thank you, Tam and Julia and all the other people that have been working in the Rule 21, especially the recent working group. I know that's been a bear to get through. Just it's a lot of technical, complex questions. Interconnection for microgrids, we really strongly feel should be addressed here. And there's some specific things that aren't being addressed in Rule 21, that aren't being addressed in utility advice letters changing their Rule 21 tariffs. We really need a tariff for microgrids. I mean, the legislation was pretty specific about creating separate rates and tariffs for microgrids as necessary, because they are necessary, and there needs to be something separate addressing the microgrid, like Jeff said, as a single controllable entity with respect to the grid and accounting for all of the values and all of the services that it can bring to the grid. And I think we're even limiting ourselves with saying this all needs to be addressed within Rule 21. Let's look at IDER and other tariff proceedings instead. I really think what the commission needs to do is take a leadership position here and bring all of the pieces on microgrid tariffs, like location, like services of the grid, bring them all into this proceeding, integrate them here. And this is where actually Tam's point on the value of resiliency tariff would also make a lot of sense here. So I think with interconnection, and we have some specific things that interconnection for microgrids needs to address, such as the ability for different generators to connect together, looking at synchronous generators. How do we get machine generators and inverter-based generation to interconnect under one policy? We need just standardized switchgear, single line diagrams. We need single line diagrams that just show that there can be a second generator. Those things are pretty standardized across microgrids now. And these are some of the things that we really do need to see if we want to commercialize microgrids. I know it's complex, but I think the commission really needs to take all of this under its wing in this proceeding and really ask some of the hard questions. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Allie, again, we look forward to seeing that in written comments as we take everything into account moving forward with track 2. I'd like to move to written questions. Danny.
Yeah, there's a question from Sheridan Parker. Can anyone point me to the raise hand function? Oh, sorry, I can probably help with that, but it's right at the bottom of your participants section. Other than that, there's no new questions for this section.
Okay, thank you, Danny, and thank you for helping out with the technical orientation. I see another raised hand from Ben Schwartz. Ben, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I'm Ben Schwartz from the Clean Coalition. I just wanted to echo what the last few speakers have been saying, Ali Dictrio and Tam Hunt especially. I think it's really important that first we start addressing this in this proceeding, especially creating a separate microgrid tariff. And I think part of the reason that getting this in this proceeding is so important is because track 2 has kind of been teed up as creating the building blocks through which we can address community microgrids in later proceedings. And it's kind of been termed as building on what was done in track 1. So we'll be ready. But to do that, there needs to be enough of a process that it can be streamlined for individual microgrids, whether that's behind the meter or front of the meter. And so when it comes to a larger portion of the grid and creating actual community microgrids, there is the feasibility to actually determine all of the value streams and streamline the interconnection process as necessary. So I just want to, I guess, suggest that and also comment what is supposed to be the role of this. Is it of the track? Is it mainly about commercializing microgrids? Is it about creating functions so that community microgrids will be in play in the next track? What is the focus been for the energy staff here?
Okay, so this is Forrest. It's a pretty general question there. I appreciate it. The focus really of track 2, I think, as was stated at the beginning, was to look at the legislation and make sure we are putting forth proposals that we can develop to the point where they could meet the statutory deadline that's in SB 1339. And so we looked at a wide range of proposals. We had a lot of conversations with stakeholders, and we tried to move forward with the ones that we thought we could fit into that time frame, and at the same time recognizing that there's a lot of other issues and a lot of complexity, and we're very interested in diving into that complexity and into those issues for for the later track in the proceeding. And just to be clear, I mean, we don't necessarily we're not necessarily saying we're just going to wait for track 2 to end. I think we're interested in getting going, thinking about some of these other issues earlier than that, but it's going to kind of happen in parallel, and we don't expect to be able to conclude those, in time necessarily for the statutory deadline. So again, the statute is the floor, and we want to do more than just what the statute requires. And looking forward to engaging on all these kinds of more complex types of microgrids and the issues that they raise in the further track of the proceeding.
Great, thank you, Forrest, for the clarification. Danny, were there any more written questions?
No more written questions.
Okay, so I think with that we will go ahead and move into the additional Q&A portion. At this time, we are opening the floor up to questions regarding any of the 5 original proposals and the secondary proposals that we presented. Again, just a reminder, for verbal questions, please state your name and your organization at the beginning of your time. For written questions, please state your organization, and also a reminder to parties that we are looking to use this time for clarification questions related to these proposals so that you all can better craft your comments on the ALJ ruling. So with that in mind, while we appreciate the comments that are being made, we are looking for more questions within this section. So we'll go ahead and open it up. I see a verbal question from Jeff Mallon. Jeff, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, I have 2 clarification questions from Proposal 2. First one has to do with the attributes of that proposal, focusing on type 2 assets that don't cross the street. I know it was mentioned earlier, the reason why you can't cross the street when it was addressed through the community microgrid question that someone else had asked earlier, but could you help me understand what is the reason that we couldn't consider crossing the street and type 4 assets for maybe a proposal that could have a larger impact on commercializing microgrids in California? So that's, and I have 2 questions. Sorry, I have 2 questions. So that's question 1. Do you want to answer that one first and then come back to 2?
Sure. Jessica, I think you can speak to that best. Jessica or Forrest, want to jump in?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm happy to. This is Forrest. Yeah, thanks for that question. So, if you look at Public Utilities Code 218, that's sort of the core statutory language that governs what constitutes an electrical corporation, the extent to which you can distribute electricity for compensation across parcels of land. So that's really the core. I mean, that's governing statute. So that's where you would look to see those specific limitations on being able to cross parcels. Yeah.
So I looked up that code section, and I realized that it accepts customers that basically are not selling their power to someone else. So if I own property and I'm generating it on one, and I'm trying to move my load from one property across the street to another property, and I'm not selling it for anyone else, I'm just using it for my own use, wouldn't that fall within the exception under 218A? Or I'm sorry, 218B, I think.
I see. So if you're just talking about only two contiguous properties, But there's okay, but if the street is involved, see, the problem is that if there's a street involved, the street, it's 218 is pretty tricky, and there's a lot of double negatives in there. And so, and again, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not going to offer you legal advice here, but when you look at it, the street, if there's a street that's intervening, that automatically makes you an electrical corporation if you're trying to cross a street with an electrical distribution line that you're using to sell power. So
okay. So then I guess the question is how can we, is there a way to find a way around that? And maybe if that's better, if we can do that, that would maybe help to commercialize microgrids, in a much dramatic fashion. I guess that's a question or a point of clarification I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Obviously, it's one that we did spend some time thinking about. I think there's some language around that in the concept paper. It's not really, it's a challenging one, because normally, what the commission does is we look at the statute and we implement the statute. We don't, revise the statute. We implement the statute. So it's not one that we would normally take on as being part of our role necessarily. So it's also not. Trying to find ways around rules is not the way that we normally do business either. I think the way we tried to set up the concept paper was to think about these barriers, particularly regulatory barriers. If there's a rule about something, whether it's the electric rules that the utilities have, or there's statutes in place. Kelly Smith mentioned the prohibition on cost shifting. If there's a rule there, it may be perceived as a barrier, but there's some reason that rule got created. Legislatures, passed a law and they saw that law as being in the public interest, or the commission approved a rule and saw that rule as being in the public interest. So what we have tried to do is look at, well, what is the public interest being served by that rule? What is the protection that rule is providing? And is there a way to meet that public purpose while also, facilitating microgrids? So that's the kind of thought process that we went through, and that's what I would encourage you to go through. How do you do that? How do you ensure that you're protecting customers, ensuring safety of workers and the public? I think, if you're allowing electric wires that, distribution lines are, 12 kV or more sometimes, if you're allowing a lot of those lines just running across the street here and there, that may not be an ideal public safety kind of environment. So, that's just very general comment, but that's the kind of thought process that I encourage you to go through. Is there's a rule there. What public interest does that rule protect? And is there a way to meet that public goal and that public purpose while also finding a way to facilitate microgrids? That's a challenge before us. So if you have ideas, definitely put them in writing in your comments on the ruling.
Great, thank you, Forrest. We're going to move on in the verbal Q&A to Stephen Shoemaker. Stephen, go ahead.
Hi, this is Stephen Shoemaker from the Public Advocate's Office. I just have a quick, bigger picture question about Proposal 3. Obviously, the Public Advocate's Office is concerned about kind of the long-term cost shift implications for exempting microgrids from those certain charges. And because I just wanted to confirm that Track 2 is not scoped to include evidentiary hearings, and that's still the case, just because the idea of kind of embedding these cost shifts in exchange for microgrid value could include areas of disputed fact, and we're totally sympathetic to the really short timeline and kind of the overall organization, and think that speed is totally warranted, but I just wanted to confirm that, and that was still the case.
Yeah, that's correct. There's no evidentiary hearings currently scheduled.
Great, thank you, Forrest. We'll move on in the verbal Q&A. Tam Hunt, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to raise this question of cost shifting one more time. And I understand it is in the statute quite clearly, but as I mentioned before, there are many things that the Commission can do and has done in different contexts in the past that do provide incentives that are not cost shifting, and providing value for value tariff payments is one of those. There's a long-standing body of precedent behind PARPA and avoided cost that is not cost shifting, that is specifically meant to be cost neutral for ratepayers. And in this case, there's also the avoided cost calculator. There is the locational and net benefits analysis in different proceedings. There are many tools the Commission in this proceeding can draw upon to provide well-crafted and prudent non-cost shifting incentives for microgrids, particularly community microgrids. And so,
Yeah,
again,
absolutely.
we'll put this in our written comments.
Yes,
Thank you.
we would appreciate that in the written comments for us. Thank you. Let's see. I think Jeff Mallon may have had a follow-up question. Jeff, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I didn't get to ask the second question. The second question had to do, again, with proposal 2, and it was a point of clarification on, and probably has to do with the same answer from the first one. But why couldn't staff consider, modifying Rule 1819 for all customers? Why did staff have to look at an incremental approach when the intent of the bill was to look for a wholesale facilitation for commercialization of the microgrids? So kind of the same thought process, but if you could address that helped me with my questions. Thanks.
Hi, this is Jessica. I may be repeating something that has already been said earlier. So just, it's not so much as a restriction. While we have done our due diligence in researching of the issue and the rules and what to propose, there is just still so much that is unknown to us, and we want to avoid unintended consequences. So, which is why we limit it to 10 projects. We have this limit to critical facilities, and which is why in our recommendation, we are recommending that, hey, after these 10 projects, let's take a pause and kind of look at the data from those projects to evaluate what can be modified, or maybe to expand it to other types, if the exemption should at all continue at all. But however, if you do have a different recommendation, I think as we've been repeating, please let us know in the comments. We would love to hear them of your reasoning, and like for you to vote upon our recommendations of why we should consider other types.
Great, thank you, Jessica. I see there's a few more raised hands, so we'll continue. Ali DiTrio, go ahead.
Hi, this is Ali DiTrio from the Microgrid Resources Coalition. And actually, this is a question I have just as a California resident and a real person. What unintended consequences could possibly happen that haven't already happened? Like, the power has been shut off. There has been there have been so many billions of dollars in damages from wildfires. There has been so different damages done by PSPS, both that we can and cannot quantify. So I guess this question of we don't want something, we're worried about unintended consequences. I think we really need to open the floodgates, and specifically with Rule 18, you really should let any adjacent facilities that aren't crossing streets should be allowed to transmit power between them. It shouldn't have to be just during PSPS events, and it shouldn't just be municipal corporations. It should be any customers. And that doesn't violate Section 218. That's an electric rule that the agency can change. And so I would say as a first step towards community microgrids, allowing multi-customer microgrids that are on the same block, that should be allowed. The eco block example is a great example of that.
Ali, we appreciate these comments. We're looking to use this time for clarifying questions regarding the proposals. We would like to see that in your comments, and we appreciate your comments. So thank you. I'd like to move to the written Q&A. Danny, go ahead.
There's a question from Lorenzo Christoph about what kinds of unintended consequences are you concerned about? Can you identify specifics?
Yeah, this is Forrest. I could take a stab at that question. It's been a repeated question. So, I mean, just, directly to what Ali was saying, I would say that it doesn't necessarily follow to me that the safety considerations that have been, made painfully clear to us all as a result of recent events in California related to the dangers that electricity poses in terms of starting wildfires, for example. It doesn't immediately seem clear to me that the answer to that risk would be to allow many more operators to be operating high voltage electricity conductors, especially if those operators would then be less subject to oversight. So I think just from a pure, just also as a California resident, someone who's appalled by some of the consequences we've seen here, the really tragic consequences, it just doesn't follow to me logically that knowing that electricity is inherently risky and inherently unsafe, that the regulatory response should be unleash the market and let lots of providers start generating electricity and transmitting it over long distances and across streets. So that's just, again, just a frank response to that logic. But I think, just also going back to what is the role of the CPUC? Why do we have regulated markets? Why is electricity not a totally unfettered market in California? I mean, I think there's a core customer protection function that the CPUC plays where, the CPUC is designed to help prevent price gouging. And so I think that's one of the other unintended consequences that's probably core and central to the role that we play is, how do we ensure that customers continue to receive just and reasonable rates from individual providers who, let's say the first round of providers is really scrupulous and honest and provides great service and fair rates, but, over time, do you develop unscrupulous actors and do you develop predatory situations where individual customers are beholden to their service provider and have no recourse regarding the rates that they're charged. So I'd say, the safety and the price would be two examples of unintended consequences. And then I would just allow for the possibility of unforeseen unintended consequences. So, we might be able to anticipate certain kinds of problems based on past experience, but we want to be humble and recognize that if you're going in a new direction, there may be things that we haven't thought about that crop up, and be cognizant of that and make sure that we're doing our jobs as regulators to, keep people safe. So those are some answers to some of those questions about, what are the types of risks or consequences that we're concerned with, making sure we avoid and control.
Great, thank you, Forrest, for following up on that. Just a reminder for folks in the written Q&A, when you write out your questions, could you please include the proposal you're referring to within your question? That will help us figure out who best to address it to. So we'll continue on with the written Q&A. Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a question here from Rochelle Chung a little earlier, just about the over-the-fence rule. Given how big a barrier the outdated pre-microgrid over-the-fence rule is, should not the PUC recommend to the legislature to amend this as a major barrier to community microgrids? And this should be done immediately. So it can be taken up next year.
I appreciate that sounds more like a comment than a question. So I appreciate that comment and look forward to reading more in your comments.
Okay, we'll continue with the written Q&A.
There's a question from Ben Schwartz. Why should it be 10 projects specifically? That isn't evenly divided among the 3 IOUs. How did you come up with that number? And how long would it take the commission to consider raising the number after that limit is reached?
Hi, this is Jessica. You're right, that number is not evenly divided among the 3 IOUs. The intention behind the 10 projects is really just to look at a sampling of projects to kind of pull from the data of what needs to be modified or what can be changed. If you do have a different number to recommend to us and reason why, again, please let us know in the comments. We're definitely really interested to learn more and hear from especially folks in the industry or whatnot. And then let me see, the second part of your question is how long would it take the commission to consider raising the number after the limit is reached? I don't have a time limit. Maybe Forrest, you can help out with that.
No, I mean, actually, it's a good question. It came up earlier, and I forget if it was a written or a verbal comment, but the idea that there's a potential risk of a start-stop cycle. I thought that was a really insightful comment and question. So it's something to consider further. And at the risk of being a broken record here, when you raise these good ideas here, the way that it's going to be able to be implemented in the most expedient way is if you think through and come up with a better way and say, here's what you should do instead, commission, and you write that into your comments in a really specific and detailed way. And that way we have the record to say, okay, yes, you as a party proposed this particular approach and we find it to be very credible and have a lot of merit. And so we can move forward with that proposal. If you just say, well, why'd you, don't do it this way, some other way is better, it's going to be a lot harder for us to, put forth something that really can be implemented. So we appreciate all these questions. These are good questions. You're making us think, and you can really help us most by coming up with a specific alternative and writing it down in your comments.
Great, thank you, Forrest. Danny, are there any more questions within the written Q&A?
Yeah, there's a follow-up question from Lorenzo Christoph clarifying his question about consequences. Says it was in reference to Rule 1819 allowing greater eligibility and Proposal 2. So what are the specific concerns about Proposal 2 and consequences relating to that proposal? And adds, this does not involve transmitting energy over long distances at high voltage.
True, but it still involves electricity, and it still involves electricity being distributed and transmitted in a way that's unconventional. And when the as I recall, when the Rule 1819 exemption process went through, I mean that was something I particularly remember thinking a lot about and paying attention to, and making sure that there were provisions in the resolution to that advice letter. That there was a mechanism to ensure that safety standards were in place and could be observed, because it's unconventional, and so electricity is inherently risky and inherently dangerous. And so I think those are, the concern is greater the longer it's going and the more exposed it is. But it's always a concern. It's always a risk. But you're right. I mean, that's, we do try to limit it, and a lot of the proposals reflect our attempts to limit those risks.
Great, thank you, Forrest. I think with that, we'll move to a few more questions from the verbal Q&A. So looking at the list, Ken Jones, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, this is Ken Jones with 350 Bay Area. And I just want to say I appreciate all the time that staff has spent on this, given all the constraints going on out there in the world and with this rulemaking. I think you are hearing a lot of disappointment, though, about the scope of this track, which, as I understand, was where it was intended that the bulk of what needs to be done to help facilitate the commercialization of microgrids was supposed to happen. And it appears that more time was spent on track 1 than is being allowed because of statute related to a bill that was passed in 2018, a year before this rulemaking began, for track 2. Clearly there is way more that is needed, as the author of SB 1339 knows as well. Speaker before, in one of the other question and answer periods, who worked in Holden's office for the chair of the committee that is not willing to hear Senator Stern's bill on microgrids, that was to update what he could not get through in the previous bill.
Ken, we appreciate, we do appreciate the comments.
I am getting
Again,
to the part about it. I do have a
you
question on the secondary
question?
proposals.
Okay, please do.
So since there are these statutory limits and huge needs, is there any thought of when and how we will move beyond the scope that was narrowed because of time we have with statutory deadlines? Do you see more of what needs to be done long-term to get done in track 3 or other future rulemakings? And as a side, also, a lot of the secondary proposals says that it can be discussed in track 2 or 3. Is there a preference?
Yeah, so this is Forrest. Yeah, thanks for the question. And what I've been trying to say, and I think other team members have been trying to say, is that we recognize that there are broader questions and issues and things to be explored, and that's why we released the 2 different documents. That's why we have both the staff proposal, which is shorter and more focused and proposes projects and programs and ideas that we think could be developed in time to meet the statutory deadline. And then that's why the concept paper separately has at least a partial list and treatment of a wider variety of issues and topics. And, I think specifically you heard Pat talk about a working group proposal. And I think I mentioned this earlier, we're looking for what's the right way to engage to further develop some of these other ideas and explore them and tee them up in a way that they can be brought in to the proceeding in track 3. I think track 2 is on there because, this is part of the reason of this workshop. And the main reason of this workshop is to make sure that you understand to the extent possible what the intentions and details of the proposals that we put forth are, so that you can then craft really constructive and detailed comments. And to the extent that you see an opportunity to do something to modify a proposal that's put forth, and do something that brings a concept or an idea into track 2, and you can put that in your comments in a really clear and detailed way, we wanted to allow for that possibility. But that being said, I think track 3 is the backstop where we would say that's the area where we would target further development of these other issues that are going to take more time to think through. So, and I appreciate it is frustrating to us too that, we really felt that it was an urgent matter of public priority to be able to do something for track 1 to really help, to the extent we could, reduce the impacts of the PSPS outages in 2020. And so we did spend a lot of time, and we worked really hard trying to do that. And unfortunately, it did cut into the time available for fully developing the proposals for track 2. So we hear you, and we look forward to working with you, and we're still thinking through how to further develop that, how to work with you in a working group process or other process to develop ideas to the point where they can be brought into the proceeding and receive comment formally on the record.
Great, thank you, Forrest, for fielding that question. Moving on in the verbal Q&A, we have Jennifer Tanner. Jennifer, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful, thank you. First of all, thanks for giving us the time to make comment. We very much appreciate that. To anyone that thinks that PSPS is going to be short-term, as some have, it must be seen and understood that at 200 miles a year for wire infrastructure replacement for PG&E on 22,000 miles of Tier 2 and Tier 3 fire areas, I think it's delusional to think this is anything but long term. We don't need pilots.
Jennifer,
I'm going to my question. I'm just setting it up.
Thank you.
I understand how this works. I have to set up my question. Thank you. We need to be opening microgrids to other owners and buyers with a move across the street, but that is not happening. My question, are you really moving forward on the original intention of this bill? The bill was created well before PSPS, and the need for microgrids has grown exponentially since then, but we do not see growth playing out. We need robust tariffs, not pilots at this time. Thank you.
So, I appreciate that you have a strong position and strong feelings about what you think should happen. And I recognize that, and I encourage you to write comments. I didn't hear really a real question in there. I heard some comments and some viewpoints, and I appreciate those and welcome them in written form in response to the ruling.
Okay, thank you, Forrest. Moving along with the verbal Q&A, we have Jeff Morris. Just again, a reminder to participants is that we would like to use this time for participants to ask clarifying questions regarding the proposals being put forth in the staff proposal, and would very much appreciate if the Q&A time was limited to discussion of these rather than general comment on direction or the proceeding. Jeff Morris, go ahead.
Thank you. I have two questions. Would you like me to ask them both, or to ask the first and then reserve the balance of my time to ask the second?
Let's do them one at a time.
Great. The first is going back to the section, the Rule 18 tariff. It wasn't clear to me whether the staff was proposing a pro forma tariff for all three IOUs, of which they would ask for deviations from, or they'd be done within the current one-offs for each of the IOUs.
I think Jessica would be best to speak to that.
So that was not something we specify in the staff proposal. Do you have a recommendation? And if so, we would love to hear it of what you think would be best. But you're right, that wasn't something we addressed in the staff proposal.
Yeah, it wasn't clear to me, which is why I was asking the question. I'll go ahead, since it seems like maybe it wasn't clear and we were supposed to make recommendations around that this year. That's why I heard your answer to be, if that was correct. I'll ask my second question. So going through all the different proposals here, I think, one of the things I couldn't quite pull out is we see as a barrier is not having a clear area of law to hang the contracts on for customers behind the meter and behind the interconnection. Meaning, if there's a project with multiple customers or sub-metering customers, is there anywhere that's going to clear that legal question up? Because without having that, we can't write a legal document. And I'll just use an example. When most commissions deregulated, VoIP service, they went to price listing. And that gave an area of law to write those agreements around. So it's going to be consumer law, utility law, or some hybrid version in between. I didn't see that called out in any of the proposals. And was that purposeful, I guess, or was it just no time to address it?
Jessica or Forrest, would either of you like to address that?
Yeah, could you restate the question? I'm sorry. I understood you said that there was some concern about sort of the legal basis on which to offer services to multiple customers. But it's hard for me to visualize that type of system you're talking about. Maybe you could describe like a hypothetical type of microgrid configuration that you're imagining, just to wrap our heads around it a little bit better.
Yeah, I have a skyscraper. I'm building a microgrid for the tenants of the skyscraper. They're all sub-metering customers. I'm just being hypothetical. There could be one reading where that qualifies me as a regulated utility and I have to file, or it could be that I could write a contract because there's a competitive marketplace for those services, just sort of straight Consumer Protection Act type contract law to get to that point. There's just not clarity. In different parts of the CPUC code, you call that out just to pass through charges when there's sub-metering tenants, but not when there's other services being provided.
Okay, that's a pretty interesting.
Mobile park, I have a section of law that I can have a sub-metering agreement with my tenants.
I see. Yeah, no, that's helpful. I think this is going to be something we'd want to consult with our legal division about and think through a little bit more in more detail. So if you wouldn't mind contacting us offline and maybe writing out that question, then we could look into that, because and it sounds like an interesting question we'd want to take some more time to think about.
Great, thank you, Forrest, for fielding that. I see we'll take a couple more verbal questions, then move to the written ones. So I see a question from Sheridan Pocker. Sheridan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. I attempted to put some of my question into the Q&A written form, and there were the limits on a number of characters kind of made it confusing. So I apologize for that. My question is in reference to the secondary proposals. So the one specifically relating to PUC code 8371F, and that's option number 2. I'm speaking on behalf of the eMERGE Alliance, which is a nonprofit industry organization that focuses on the promotion of DC-based systems and DC-coupled microgrids. eMERGE is also a standards organization that's currently developing a revenue-grade DC metering standard within ANSI, and this has significant industry participation, including utilities and meter manufacturers. And we want to thank the staff for all the hard work on this proposal, as one of the prior commenters made, especially during the very difficult circumstances that we're all under. And recognizing the importance of having a revenue grade DC metering standard that equivalent to what exists for AC metering. We wanted to clarify one point in that secondary proposal on 8371F compliance. It refers to 3 separate DC metering standards. And we wanted to clarify that since eMERGE is the proponent of one of those standards and is moving that through ANSI, that the eMERGE standard is actually the same standard that is being promoted by NEMA and NIST, all within ANSI C1232. So, for parties that are interested in that issue, and I don't know if staff had further thoughts on that, but we wanted to just ask that question and see if it was helpful to clarify that from eMERGE's perspective. We'll of course put that in written comments, but if you had further direction for us about that, we wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, hi Sheridan, this is Pat. That clarification is very much appreciated about the collaboration within ANSI, and it would be great to include that with your written comments, including your estimated timeframes for that ANSI process. And if you were able to include what you said just in the Q&A box about the IEC process and its much slower timeline in your comments, that would also be helpful.
Great, thank you, Pat, for fielding that one. Finally, we have one more verbal question until we move on to the written, and that's from Stephen Shoemaker. Stephen, go ahead.
You know what? I apologize. I should have taken my hand down. I'm really sorry about that. Go ahead.
No worries. No worries. Thank you for your honesty. Okay, with that, let's move to the written Q&A. Danny?
Yeah, Julian, I believe Samantha Reifer is having trouble raising her hand, but she's up there in the box. I don't know if you could unmute her and she could ask her question verbally.
Yes, I can. Hold on one second. Samantha, go ahead.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I'm Samantha Reifer. I'm with the company Scale Microgrid Solutions. We're a new entrant in the California market and trying to deploy our behind the meter microgrid solutions and create jobs here. And I was a little disturbing to hear that the CPUC's position on microgrids is that if you open it up to the market, customers are going to be price gouged. And, you know, the directive of, I thought this microgrid was proceeding was to commercialize microgrids and remove these barriers and make it easier for people to deploy these microgrids, not necessarily, you know, this perspective on whether we're going to be price gouging customers or not, whereas we really have to make economics work for our projects. And the best way to do that is to have microgrids be fairly compensated. And I think a lot of what developers have been asking in this microgrid proceeding so far is how, you know, we need a tariff that we can utilize to help like make the services that microgrids provide the macrogrid and their customers monetized, and how we can make then therefore bring those costs down for the customers that we're serving. And so with, you know, the perspective I feel like I've been seeing from other developers in their comments and in the MRC and others, you know, with the proposed tariff, it didn't seem like there really was a tariff proposed. It's just removing standby charges and departing load charges. And, you know, I think there are options that we can address without having to go to a working group. And I was wondering why that wasn't a perspective that's taken for the commission to be able to create a tariff to reduce those costs that can be shared among all customers and ensure that microgrids are compensated fairly.
Absolutely, Samantha, we would absolutely appreciate seeing that kind of perspective within the comments on the ruling, especially with the direction of that microgrid tariff. And we are open to other. We certainly are open to other proposals or solutions that you feel would fit the bill, and that we will consider as a part of track 2 of this proceeding. Okay, we'll continue with written questions. Danny?
There's another question from Brady Boscherding. In looking at proposal 1, it's just about the timing of proposal 1, option 2, and how long the commission estimates the rule change to rule 2 might take.
Forrest, could you?
Oh, sure. So yeah, no, that's a fair question, and we can't. One thing we can't do is speak for the proceeding schedule. So that's the ALJ's purview. So what we have on the schedule right now is we have comments due on the 14th, and we have reply comments due on the 28th. And then we also have in the back of our mind, as I've alluded to a few times, is the statutory deadline in December. So, you know, those are some, you know, data points for you to think about what the timing might be for things to unfold. You know, oftentimes, when the commission takes action in some kind, there may be follow-up steps required. Advice letters may need to be filed depending on how controversial those are and whether or not they're protested. That can take some additional time. So it's still hard to say. It kind of depends on how things unfold, what kind of comments we get on the proposals, how clean they are, and how they get resolved within the context of the proceeding. So it's really a speculation right now. So I wouldn't want to give you the wrong impression about the certainty of that time frame. But those are just some sort of fundamental factors for you to consider in thinking about how long that might take.
Absolutely, thank you, Forrest, for that clarification. We'll continue with the written Q&A, Danny.
That's it for the written Q&A right now, Julian.
Okay. Well, I currently do not show any. Okay, I have one raised hand, so we'll go to a verbal question. Thomas Marhart, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thomas Marhart with Western Energy Systems. I was just kind of wondering, are you guys familiar at all with the AB 1613 tariff? And I was wondering if maybe a version of that might be applicable to something of what you're trying to do here, instead of just having efficiency being one of the qualifiers. the microgrid island capability maybe being the qualifier, and just get rid of the departing load and standby fees. And that. And I was also kind of curious as if you guys had kind of a preference of a subsidy-based program or a tariff-based program yourselves. I mean, do you see any obstacles to having it more of a tariff-based program where, if you remove those standby fees and departing load charges, would that not be enough to be an incentive for helping to widely deploy these things?
Yeah, those are some great questions. And I think you heard already in the comments some diversity of opinion on whether the exemptions to the cost responsibility surcharges were sufficient to meet the business needs of microgrid project developers. It seems like there's a diversity of opinions there, and it's again why we welcome feedback on that. I think there's I could see some benefits, and I think we could all probably make some lists of pros and cons of both approaches. I've heard some in comment even during this workshop. So I don't know that we have a particular preference. It's we tried to create kind of a balanced menu of different options that address both utility-owned and third-party microgrids, and sort of a menu of levers and dials that parties could look at and tweak and adjust in making proposals in their comments on this ruling. So that was kind of our intention, and we leave it to you to think about what those fundamental options, if you combine them in different ways, how they might work best. But in answer to your first question, AB 1613, yeah, we are aware of that one. That's an interesting thought. We didn't, I don't think we have anything specifically about that in these documents, but it's certainly one that's worth looking at. It is on our radar. And again, if you have an idea that you think you could write down, and it's substantive enough and detailed enough where we have the record we need to take action in the near term, by all means put that in there. And if not, let's bring that into the discussion for track 3. So thanks very much for that question and comment.
Great, thank you, Forrest. Danny, are there any more written questions?
Yeah, we have a question from Ben Schwartz. Has staff considered a standard value of resilience? Resilience is one of the key functions of a microgrid of any size.
I'm sorry, the question was about resilience and how to measure resilience, or was I imagining that?
Yeah, that's correct. A standard value of resilience. Has the staff considered it?
Okay. Yeah, I thought I heard that. Sorry, I just lost focus for 1 second. Yeah, great question. Roseanne, our teammate here, who actually organized this workshop but couldn't be with us at this time, she's really done a lot of great work to think through some ideas about resilience and how to standardize the measurement of resilience. And then the value of resilience is another separate question, which is an interesting one. And in the concept paper, if you look in the barriers and proposals section of that paper, there are some ideas about how to think about value of resilience. So that's something that is we're really interested in. It comes up a lot, not only in this proceeding, but also other proceedings. And it's one we're very actively interested in and are pursuing, and hope to make a part of our consideration for not only evaluating aspects of what we end up implementing as part of track 2, but also moving forward and potentially developing into new proposals for track 3.
Great, thanks, Forrest, for that mention. Danny, were there more written questions?
There's a question from Ali Detrio. Which of the 5 proposals does staff and the CPUC think most valuable for near-term commercialization?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna take a position on that, but if you have a position, please do let us know. But thanks for the question.
Great, thank you, Forrest. Danny, if there are no more written questions, I don't have any outstanding raised hands, so we can move on. We can. Oh, I see Ben Schwartz has raised their hand. 1 second. I think this will be the last verbal question we can take. So Ben, go ahead.
Hi, Ben Schwartz from the Clean Coalition. I just wrote a short written question and I just wanted to make sure it gets addressed. Can you explain the reason that comments relating to the concept paper will not be included on the record? The issues listed there are important and quite diverse in influencing both the current track, track 2, and track 3, and it seems like it would be quite helpful if they were included in the record.
Hey, Ben, thank you very much for that question. I'm glad that they are of interest to you. They're of great interest to us as well. We spend a lot of time on them and we care about them a lot. And, you know, I think the ruling states that to the extent that there are aspects of the concept paper that you feel bear directly on sort of the wisdom of moving forward on the specific proposals that are in the staff proposal, you know, I think those types of comments are welcome. The idea is just that they're very complicated and that we expect that they're going to take some time to think through and resolve. And so we wanted to give you a preview of, you know, some of the things we're thinking about, just to sort of have that transparency and accountability that, hey, what you see in the staff proposal isn't the full extent of the work and the thinking that we've been doing. We really do have a lot more in mind. And we do hope to get to all those things, you know, as time goes on. So that's the reasoning is simply the complexity and the need to address the statutory requirements in a timely fashion. But we're very excited about those concepts and very interested to hear what other parties have to say about them. So I would expect at some later point, you know, maybe after some stakeholder processes, workshops, working groups, whatever that ends up looking like, I would very much expect to take comments. You know, sometimes one thing we do is sometimes we do comments on an informal basis, and so staff can advance their thinking. You know, but then eventually, I do hope that we can address those in some formal way. But that's a thought for future consideration as we scope out future track of the proceeding. Thanks very much for interested in those. I'm glad that they piqued your interest.
Great, thank you, Forrest. I think with that will close out the additional Q&A section, and we will move on to our closing remarks and next steps. So I'll turn it over to Forrest.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Julian, and a big thank you to all of you that stuck with us for a long day of microgrid policy. Looking at the participant count, 140 still with us. So really appreciate the robust engagement, all the thoughtful comments, insightful comments. You've definitely given us a lot to think about, and looking forward to your detailed comments. You know, one of the themes that I saw throughout the day was just, you know, I did hear disappointment. I did hear some concerns from some about different ways that staff has proposed, you know, limiting or restricting some of the options that are in the staff proposal until the commission can be more sure that those activities are fulfilling their intended purposes. So I definitely heard that and recognized that. And I just wanted to note that, you know, the idea of microgrids fundamentally, particularly the multi-parcel types of microgrids that are owned by third parties or operated by third parties, you know, they really do go to some of the foundation of how electric service is provided in California. There's a lot of discussion today of PUC 218. It definitely came up in the concept paper for us as well. So, you know, I mean, that's really gets to a pretty foundational part of how electric service is provided and regulated. And so, you know, I think it's just worth reflecting on the fact that past experience in our state, you know, tells us it's natural to be cautious about how we approach changing fundamental rules. I think it's natural to want to have some guardrails and some backstops to protect against unforeseen consequences of making fundamental changes. So, you know, just a key overarching question that I invite parties to weigh in on in your comments is, you know, are we getting those guardrails and those backstops right? You know, are the particular limits we've proposed in different proposals, does that strike the right balance between facilitating commercialization and protecting the public interest, because that's really what we're here for, is to protect the public interest. So, we're starting with a reasonable set of reasonable scope. Corporations, municipal corporations, or critical facilities. In the case of some of the proposals, the numbers or the caps that we've proposed in certain cases, are those kinds of things, are those constraints, are they striking the right balance? And if not, why not? And what would you do instead? And sort of lastly, I would just say, as we've said throughout, really to the extent you can provide really detailed counter proposals and alternative suggestions, that's the most feasible way for us to really consider your viewpoint and be able to incorporate that into our thinking about how to move forward on implementing SB 1339. So with that, I just, again, really appreciate your participation and your engagement and your interest. A lot of good thinking and great ideas. Very much appreciate that and welcome that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Shiroma.
Thank you, Forrest, and thank you to the whole team. Everyone who hung in there today, thank you for your time, your passion, your interest in microgrids and helping us to get it right. Everyone who joined us today provided insightful feedback, questions towards better understanding the staff proposal and the concept paper. All of that will be helpful to develop our record in this proceeding. And I want to repeat what Forrest and others have said today, that if at all possible, if you could put your comments in writing and submit them into the record, as Forrest and others have described, the conversation today, the feedback today, certainly can help shape the next efforts by the staff, but having the information in the docket, in the record, is key. As a commissioner, I can't tell you how many times we are pouring through to see, is that in the record that we can then use to base a proposal, a concept, a requirement. So if at all possible, for the folks who have weighed in today, provide your comments in writing into the docket. I want to thank again Rozan Rekovich, who was not able to attend, but who was instrumental in putting together the logistics of this workshop. Julian, Jessica, Forrest, Judge Rizzo, my summer intern, Monday Liu, has been listening in the background, and my chief of staff, Luam Tesfaye. And again, those comments are due August 14th, and reply comments are due on August 28th. And as Forrest and others have outlined today, it is the charge of the staff and the commission to look through the lens of all of these codes and statutes and legislations that we are required to implement. Look through a lens of safety, of equity, of rates that are just and reasonable. And with SB 1399, there is the added requirement of avoiding the shifting of the costs. So as you can see, the staff, the proposal and the concept paper reflect enormous amounts of work. I can attest to witnessing the enormous amount of work that the team has put into the proposal, the technical aspects, the looking to meet the requirements of SB 1399, and adding to that concept paper to look at, well, what other ideas, what else do we need to do to effectuate this very important statute. But meanwhile, if you have a better idea, if you have an alternative, then submit it. I think that the staff has explained how they arrived at what they proposed. Meanwhile, if you've got a different idea, and the thing about all of our interests today is, we can disagree, and clearly I was hearing some disagreement. But tell us what you think it should look like and why that comports technically, why that comports with safety, why that comports with the statute. Now, to segue to the future, I also want to encourage all of you to also join us on August 25th, 2020, when the team will be putting on a workshop looking at alternatives to diesel generation for the future and for mitigating future public safety power shutoffs. The workshop will be focused on replacing substation level. This is the large utility scale substation level generation, in particular used for PG&E's temporary generation program. And you can see our daily calendar on the website for more details. But I do want to thank everyone who joined in today, to the team, to our sister agencies for your keen interest in your time on this very important proceeding. Thank you. Back to you, Forrest.
I think that's the end of the agenda today. Really appreciate everyone attending. Now, Julian, is there any last items?
Yeah, just want to thank everybody for attending and just let you know the recording of this workshop will be provided to the R.19-09-009 service list and also will be posted on our website, cpuc.ca.gov/resiliency and microgrids, I believe. We'll be making sure that this recording is made available to everyone as they work on crafting their comments on the staff ruling. But other than that, that is it. So thank you everybody so much for attending, and we look forward to reading your comments.